Chapter 571, Chu Tianlan's Plan, 1. Chapter 571, Chu Tianlan's Plan, 1. It wasn't just one place, but the entire county city. The entire county city was talking about the North City's Divine Pill Pavilion. Without a doubt, the peerless medicinal pills of the Divine Pill Pavilion had become the most sensational matter in the county city. The Li residence in the North City had now become the Divine Pill Pavilion. The pills that came out of the Divine Pill Pavilion were all peerless pills. Although the price of peerless pills was several times higher than ordinary pills, the number of martial artists who bought pills was several times higher than usual. Father, the person who saved me that day seemed to be an alchemy saint. In the prefecture, Chu Meng walked up to Chu Tianlan with a surprised look on her face. She was as excited as if she had just found a treasure. She had told the rumors outside. She had never expected that the person who saved her was actually in existence like a saint alchemist. How could she not be shocked now? Pill Saint Master? 3 saint alchemists of Xianju. Could it be that Nanda County is here? Chu Tianlan's face was filled with shock. What kind of existence were the 3 saint alchemists of the Xian continent? They had actually come to his Nanda County. What kind of information was this? Father, isn't he one of the 3 saint alchemists? He's even stronger than a saint alchemist. Look at this. Chu Meng took out the jade bottle and handed it to Chu Tianlan. The excitement on her face did not disappear from the beginning. What kind of existence was a peerless medicinal pill? It had never been seen in legends, but it had appeared in Nanda County. Moreover, it was the young man who had saved her. If he's not one of the 3 saint alchemists, how do you know he's a saint alchemist? A peerless purple jade pill. Chu Tianlan glanced at Chu Meng. He was a martial emperor and had been the king of a commandery for hundreds of years. He was an old fox. Naturally, he did not believe in such things. He thought that his precious daughter had been deceived. What kind of existence was a saint alchemist? If he could believe it casually, there were a lot of saint alchemists in this world. However, when he saw the medicinal pills in the jade bottle, he was instantly shocked. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This was because the quality of the pill in the jade bottle was even better than that of a top-grade pill. This quality already had no impurities. It was a peerless pill. Coupled with the mysterious aura emitted from the surface, this pill was 100% peerless. He did not expect a peerless medicinal pill to appear in this world. It really exceeded his imagination. That's right. Just 2 days ago, when you were in seclusion, there were rumors that a peerless pill had appeared. I didn't believe it, so I went to inquire about it personally. I didn't think that this pill would actually come from the young man who saved me. In this world, other than a saint alchemist, there's no one else who can refine a supreme grade pill. Even a saint alchemist doesn't have the ability to refine a supreme grade pill, right? Otherwise, no one in the Black Continent can refine a peerless pill. Chu Meng voiced her speculation. Coupled with the rumors that Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist, it seemed that he was indeed a holy alchemist. He is indeed powerful. I didn't expect that there would really be an alchemist in this world who could refine a peerless medicinal pill. This alchemy technique has already surpassed the scope of a saint alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine a supreme grade pill. To be able to sell a supreme grade pill, he must have an easy time refining a supreme grade pill. I'll send someone to follow this matter. If they don't target Nanda County, it might be a turning point for Nanda County. Chu Tianlan looked at the pill in shock while listening to Chu Meng's thoughts and opinions. In the end, she decided that the other party's background was a little mysterious and she could not come into contact with him easily. However, he couldn't offend them. Even if he offended a country, he couldn't offend a saint alchemist. This saint alchemist was definitely not inferior to the 3 saint alchemists of the Xian continent. One had to know that the status of the 3 saint alchemists was something that even the 3 great emperors did not dare to provoke easily. They even had to be polite to the saint alchemists. A saint alchemist had heaven-defying benefits for an empire. Popularity, resources, and status were all closely linked to the fate of the empire. Each of the 3 empires had a saint alchemist. Pill Saint Masters were known as the Empire's exclusive pill masters, and their pills rarely leaked out. Therefore, the Empire controlled countless powerful pills, which also controlled the fate of countless kingdoms and countries. The Empire could take out top-notch pills and reward meritorious officials. This way, the Empire would be as stable as a rock. Now, a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills had appeared in Nanda County. What did this represent? It represented destruction and hope. They would either destroy Nanda Prefecture or even Qingxian, or push Nanda Prefecture and Qingxian to the level of a kingdom. Those who understood could naturally see the crux of it. I understand. Chu Meng nodded, but she couldn't help but be shocked. He looked so young, but he could actually refine a peerless pill. No wonder his cultivation was so strong at such a young age. He also thought that with such alchemy skills, he naturally did not have to worry about injuries. Even if he was injured, he would recover very quickly. Oh right, you're familiar with him. You can go out with him, but you can't make others dislike him. A person like him isn't someone we can offend. Sigh, Nanda Prefecture is already at the cusp of the storm. This way, the future of Nanda Prefecture is uncertain. It will either be destroyed or reborn. Alchemy Saint. Chu Tianlan sighed after he finished speaking. Even though he was the ruler of the country and a martial emperor powerhouse who controlled 1 million troops and had countless resources, he knew very well that a saint alchemist was definitely a godlike existence in front of him. He could be completely ignored in front of a saint alchemist. He walked step by step into the palace. Nanda County was in turmoil now, and the army was constantly mobilized to defend the border and the county city to prevent it from being attacked by other counties. After returning to the secret chamber under the palace, he made a hand gesture. Silk. A faint sound appeared in the air, and an old man in grey appeared in front of him. The old man had a respectful expression on his face. Go to Qingxian Kingdom and pay a visit to His Majesty the King. Give this to the king personally. No matter what happens, you have to hand it over to the king. Xiannan Iron Wind Cavalry, this is the king's secret signal. If the other party can take it, give this to the king. Ask him to send someone over. Chu Tianlan said lightly, but his expression was extremely serious. Even if he was the ruler of the commandery, he couldn't bear the responsibility. If something went wrong, not only the entire commandery, but even Qingxian would be destroyed. This subordinate will definitely handle this matter well. The grey-robed elder took the jade slip. The jade slip strangely disappeared into his palm and slowly entered his bloodline. One could imagine how important this communication was. If he kept the jade slip in his bloodline, no one would know the secret even if something happened. Hurry up and come back. Chu Tianlan instructed again as she walked towards the front of the secret chamber. This subordinate will send the news to Qingxian within 10 days. The grey-robed old man disappeared in a strange manner after he spoke. His body movement was extremely strange. If Li Lingtian were to see such a body movement, he would be shocked because it was capable of ignoring the existence of space. Just like the space silk banner and the thunderclap wings, they came and went without a trace. When they came and went, there would not even be a fluctuation in space. The county city was in an uproar, but Li Lingtian and the rest remained calm in the mansion. To them, the commotion at the Divine Pill Pavilion was within their expectations. However, he had sold quite a number of medicinal pills this time and obtained countless spirit stones. This was because he was currently plundering wealth, including experts, to establish his own faction. In the past, peerless medicinal pills were only a few hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. However, his medicinal pills were now several times more expensive than before. A peerless vitality pill costs 1,000 spirit stones each, a peerless spirit binding pill costs 5,000 spirit stones each, a peerless void spirit pill costs 10,000 spirit stones each, a peerless violet jade pill costs 100,000 spirit stones each, and a peerless azure yang pill costs 1 million spirit stones each. As for the cleansing dust pill, it cost 10 million spirit stones each. However, outsiders were not qualified to buy this pill. Only the internal members of the Divine Pill Pavilion could use it. There was also the Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet, which was also a peerless existence. Similarly, The Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pellet could only be used by the higher-ups of the Divine Pill Pavilion. These things were naturally leaked out secretly. This way, some experts naturally knew what was going on. This was the establishment of a force. Even so, no one dared to stop it despite knowing that it was to rope in experts. No one could stop them because martial artists could not lack medicinal pills. It was very difficult for a martial honor or martial emperor to increase their cultivation without a Grade 6 medicinal pill. A Grade 6 medicinal pill was already very rare, let alone a Grade 7 medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. It was a peerless pill. Not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial saint would not be able to resist this temptation. In other words, this alchemy saint had already grasped the lifeblood of countless super powerhouses. Yes, I got 300 million lower spiritual stones today. Not bad. Tang Zimeng said happily. Seeing that she had earned so many spirit stones in one day, she was naturally extremely happy. These few days, I believe that husband will have used up more than half of the pills on him. However, after these few days, we will gather some experts. At that time, we will be able to establish a force. Shun Mai and the others had never been short of spirit stones, so spirit stones were just a number to them. Yes. After these few days, we won't be exchanging pills for spirit stones. Well, just collect some experts. I believe that the other experts are also eyeing our divine pill pavilion covetously. I hope they won't seek death so easily. Otherwise, if something happens, it won't look good for everyone. Although Li Lingtian said that, he did not show it on his face. It was as if he was welcoming trouble. This way, Li Lingtian would not have to find an excuse to kill the powerhouses who came. As long as there were no martial saints here, no one could threaten them. Moreover, even if a martial saint came, they might not be able to do anything to them. Chapter 572, The Country Rulers Visit. Chapter 572, The Country Rulers Visit You, Dat, Dbai? Xn, Vel. There were still 3 powerful martial saints here. The 3 martial saints were all at the second firmament of the martial saint realm. The heavenly demon monarch was at the peak of the second firmament. He also had another high-grade saint artifact in his hand. This saint artifact was not much different from his heaven-startling hammer, but it had endless magical uses and was even more domineering than the heaven-startling hammer. Li Lingtian had personally refined it for him and it contained the ice frost flame. Normally, opponents would be strength type when they saw a heavenly demon king. They wouldn't expect a heavenly demon king's treasure to contain terrifying destructive icy flames. It was an extremely sinister method. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao were also second heaven martial saints. Although they knew that Li Lingtian's cultivation had dropped due to his injuries, they dared not show any disrespect or disloyalty. They were already numb to the sight of Li Lingtian's cultivation base recovering by 1 realm every day. Oh right, Meng Meng, when I'm concocting pills tomorrow, you follow Qingling and help. Qingyu and Yuyan, you guys handle the other matters. Mai and Yingying, you guys just focus on your cultivation. During this period of time, let's not leave this place. When my cultivation recovers to Wuzong, I can rest assured. Li Lingtian made some arrangements and saw that it was already late at night. It was time for cultivation. With his current cultivation, he could only set up some simple arrays in the mansion to resist the attacks of experts below the martial emperor realm. Only when one's cultivation had reached the martial arts grandmaster level could one cast a powerful divine array diagram and create a powerful array. At that time, even a martial emperor powerhouse would be killed. Alright. Well, be busy for a while. Well, go back first. Huangfu Yuyan and the rest left after Li Lingtian made the necessary arrangements. Qingling and Tang Zimeng were left behind because they were accompanying Li Lingtian today and could help him refine pills tomorrow. In the county capital, all the warriors basically knew about the existence of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Some experts also had their own plans. In the Black Continent, one had to either join a country or be an itinerant cultivator. Now that a sacred alchemy master had appeared, they would naturally find an opportunity to follow him. Even a fool understood the benefits of following a saint alchemist. Alchemy Saint Masters had medicinal pills and status. No one dared to provoke them. There were still people who did not curry favor with such a powerful existence. At present, countless powerhouses were looking for an opportunity to approach Li Lingtian, but they had no chance to do so. Furthermore, some of the mysterious powerhouses from the outside were caught off guard by Li Lingtian's sudden appearance. They would not have put any ordinary martial honors or martial emperors in their eyes. However, the person before them was an existence that surpassed a holy alchemist. No one dared to provoke him without knowing his background. In the entire county city, the topic revolved around the Saint Alchemist, the peerless medicinal pill, and the divine pill pavilion. Half a month had passed. During this time, the county city had already adapted to the existence of the divine pill pavilion. However, the medicinal pills in the divine pill pavilion could not be traded with spirit stones. They could only be traded with precious medicinal herbs. The other option was to join the divine pill pavilion and become a guard of the divine pill pavilion. In the Xian continent, it was a world of countries. There were families, but there could not be sects. Most powerful families had guards. This was very normal and allowed by the country. It was normal for a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian to have a guard. However, this guard had to be approved by the country. However, the divine pill pavilion hadn't been approved by Nandu Commandery for a long time. It seemed that they had been delaying the time. However, Li Lingtian did not mind. After all, his appearance was too sudden. Coupled with the current situation in Nandu County, it would be difficult to get the Commanderess King to approve the establishment of a guard force. Although the guards could not be established, there were experts who joined them. It was just that they could not be officially established. Those who could join the Divine Pill Pavilion had to be Martial Royal Realm experts. Those below the Martial Royal Realm were not allowed unless they were heaven-defying talents, had a skill, or were talented in alchemy. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, there were already 300 martial monarchs, 40 martial honors, and even 3 martial emperor powerhouses. These people had all gone through countless tests before staying. Although Li Lingtian had to give them a portion of the elixirs, these people could contribute greatly to the Divine Pill Pavilion. On this day, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had just broken through after refining the pill. Now that his cultivation had reached Tier 6 Warrior Ascendant, he could recover 1 realm per day at an incredible speed. Li Lingtian could clearly feel that his true essence was purer and stronger than his previous Tier 9 Warrior Ascendant. All kinds of improvements were much stronger than before. They were not several times stronger, but between the two, they were 2 times stronger. He's already a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. At this rate, I believe he won't be far from the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian took a bath at the back of the courtyard while Tang Ziming and Qing Ling helped him change into his clothes. Li Lingtian walked out in a good mood and felt refreshed. During this period, Tang Ziming and Qing Ling were the ones who accompanied Li Lingtian to refine pills. At night, the 5 girls took turns to accompany Li Lingtian as usual. You're now a 6th rank martial arts grandmaster. You look much stronger than when you were in Moonrise City. Qingling was by Li Lingtian's side when he was a martial arts grandmaster. Although the timing was not right, Qingling could feel that Li Lingtian's strength was much stronger than before. Yes, indeed. I feel that my current cultivation of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster is equivalent to my previous cultivation of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. On the other hand, I've recovered to the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm. I should be equivalent to the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm now. Li Lingtian said conservatively. He was not exaggerating. It should be known that the peak perfection of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm was only a thin line away from the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. However, this thin line was a world of difference. When Big Brother Ling Tian recovers to the Martial Emperor realm, it'll be the time for him to dominate Qingxian. Tang Ziming said happily as she held Li Lingtian's arm. Her proud chest rubbed against Li Lingtian's arm, trapping his arm between her breasts, causing Li Lingtian to feel hot. Although they had been husband and wife for a long time, this feeling had always existed. No matter when, a few girls could give him a strong temptation and satisfaction. Well, the Xian continent is a world of nations. I'll build a powerful empire. When the time comes, I'll let you guys try being an empress. It's fun. Well, go back when we're done. Li Lingtian laughed as well, with an evil look on his face. He felt a surge of hot blood in his heart. A man should be able to gallop on the battlefield and conquer the world. This was a man's nature. Although his goal was to live a carefree life, he was also a hot-blooded man. Even though he was obsessed with power, he still found this kind of thing fun. This is really fun. By the way, there won't be many emperors and empresses when the time comes. Qing Ling was also excited. She was just a young girl and naturally, she was interested in playing. Since Li Lingtian had said such a thing, there should be hope for that day to come. Of course, you are all my wives. This world is filled with concubines and empress. I will make you all empress. Li Lingtian said earnestly. Although it was just a matter of status and the girls were not stingy or jealous, Li Lingtian wanted to be fair and would not favor anyone. He wouldn't make anyone sad because they were equally important to him. Tang Zimeng and Qingling were naturally elated to hear Li Lingshan's words. Tang Zimeng was Li Lingshan's fiancé and should be a little jealous. However, she was not jealous at all. She only wanted Li Lingtian to be happy and she was already satisfied with having these sisters. Young master, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He's already waiting in the hall. He seems to be from Nandu Commandery. At that moment, Li Lingtian and the other two had just come out. They were laughing and laughing happily. However, Xiao Xiao quickly walked over and bowed to Li Lingtian before explaining what had happened outside. Tang Qingyu and the others wouldn't do the reception. After all, they were women and didn't want to show their faces. Let's go, we'll go together. Li Lingtian nodded and walked forward. Qingling and Tang Zimeng quickly went forward to hold Li Lingshan's arm. Naturally, they would not miss out on fun things, especially Tang Zimeng. The group of four headed to the living room. Xiao Xiao explained the appearance and cultivation base of the person on the way so as to give Li Lingtian some information so that he would not be rude. In the hall, Long Da stood beside the main seat, but he did not sit down. He did not even sit on the other seats. Apart from Long Da, there were four other people present. One was a middle-aged martial artist who wore an exquisite crown on his head, symbolizing the crown of the country's ruler. His entire body emitted the aura of a superior. Beside him was a young girl around 17 or 18 years old. Long Da recognized this young girl. She was the old Chu Meng. Long Da paid special attention to the other two. One of them was a 9th-level martial emperor realm expert, and the other was a 7th-level martial emperor realm expert. Both of them were old men with calm expressions. There was a strange and mysterious aura around them. The four of them arrived together, but the middle-aged man with the crown on his head was extremely respectful to the two old men. After General Long led the four to the living room, he instructed the maidservant to serve them tea while he waited for Li Lingshan's arrival. Time slowly passed. The four of them did not show any signs of impatience and their expressions remained calm. Although Long Da knew how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was still proud of himself. He knew that the middle-aged man beside Chu Meng was the king of Nanda County. Even a king was waiting patiently for him. It was obvious how much they respected Li Lingtian. For a saint alchemist to have such a heaven-defying status, it was a testament to the wonders of humanity. Similarly, he was amazed by Li Lingshan's pills. At that moment, sweet laughter could be heard from outside the living room. Li Lingshan's voice could be heard from time to time. When Long Da heard these voices, he was instantly relieved. He knew that Li Lingtian and the others had arrived. Chapter 573, The Martial Emperor's Shock, 1. Chapter 573, The Martial Emperor's Shock, 1, U, Dat, Dbai? Xn, Vel. Li Lingtian led Tang Zimeng and the other two girls to the living room. He finally understood who the guests were. However, she didn't have any intention of rushing over. She wouldn't even put the king of the kingdom in her eyes, let alone a mere ruler. Not only was the journey relaxed, but it was also filled with laughter. Soon, they arrived at the door of the living room. When they arrived, they had already sensed 3 powerful auras. Although he did not reveal this aura, he could sense that it was a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, it was the very powerful kind. However, this might only apply to other powerhouses. In front of Li Lingtian, there was no martial emperor powerhouse who could be considered powerful. Not to mention a martial emperor, even a martial saint powerhouse might not be his match. Now, he was a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. Even if he was not a match for a martial supreme, he could leave safely. Moreover, Long Da had 3 martial saints in this place. They could easily crush a martial monarch realm expert with a finger. Tang Ziming and the other 2 girls walked into the living room. Although they did not smile or speak, there was no awkwardness on their faces, nor was there any restraint or fear. With their knowledge, they did not take these people seriously at all. In their hearts, there was no one to be afraid of where Li Lingtian was. Anyone could be suppressed by Li Lingtian. Haha, sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. It's really too powerful. I'll apologize here first. After Li Lingtian walked into the living room, his gaze swept across the 4 of them before he walked naturally to the main seat and sat down without any pretense. This action stunned the 3 experts. This was too impolite. Although he was the host, it was only right for him to sit at the main seat. However, he had to be polite. However, this young man did not show any courtesy at all, which made them stunned. However, they were all super experts. Naturally, they did not show any of it on their faces. They immediately calmed down. The other party was a saint alchemist, so they naturally had the dignity of a saint alchemist. If they were polite to them, they would not look like a saint alchemist. Sir, you are too polite. We came here rashly and have disturbed you. We hope that you can forgive us. Chu Tianlan also cupped his fists and saluted politely. He did not dare to assume the stance of a country ruler. If he was really so blind, he would not be able to sit still as the country ruler of Nanda Prefecture. He did not address Li Lingtian as a holy alchemist but addressed him as Your Excellency because he was afraid of losing face. If the other party was not a holy alchemist, where would he put his dignity as the country's ruler? Country ruler is too polite. May I know why country ruler has come this time? Li Lingtian was too lazy to waste his breath on Chu Tianlan. A person like Chu Tianlan was always tactful and roundabout. If you did not mention it, he would not say anything for a day. Although he didn't like such people, that was because of their status and position. I've heard that you have refined a peerless pill. I wonder if that's true. Sorry for being so rude. Let me introduce you, Alchemy Saint. These are the 2 elders from Qing Shen country, His Excellency Shen Yuan Dao and His Excellency Ping Qinglan. I came here specifically for the matter of Alchemy Saint Master. Please don't take offense. Chu Tianlan had changed the way he addressed Li Lingtian this time. Since Li Lingtian was direct, he could not beat around the bush. If he did not get it, he would be asking for trouble. Following that, he introduced the 2 elders. They were the core figures of Qing Shen and had come for Li Lingtian. I am Shen Yuan Dao from Qing Shen country. Greetings, Pill Saint. I am Ping Qinglan. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. The 2 martial emperor powerhouses stood up and greeted him first. Although the young man in front of them was only a martial arts grandmaster, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, the other party was a saint alchemist with an extraordinary status. Not to mention a mere martial emperor, even a martial saint powerhouse would not dare to offend him easily. He also had a strange feeling that this young martial arts grandmaster gave him. It was as if this young man in front of him was a heaven-defying supreme expert. In front of this young man, he was just an ant. Furthermore, he had come for Qing Shen this time, so he naturally did not dare to mess things up. Even the empire had to treat a saint alchemist with respect. One could imagine the status of a saint alchemist. Moreover, the saint alchemist in front of him was a saint alchemist who refined peerless pills. If they could stay in the Qing Shen kingdom, not to mention the fact that they would have a heaven-defying advantage in the kingdom, even in the entire Shen continent, the Qing Shen kingdom would be famous. If a saint alchemist who could refine peerless pills appeared in a commandery, the other kingdoms and even empires would send people to rope him in. It was too late to curry favor with them. After all, the Shen continent had 3 empires, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Qing Xian did not have any advantage at all. Xian Yuan Dao, Ping Qinglan. That's right. Speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush. Li Lingtian nodded as he had a plan in mind. Chu Tianlan must have invited these two over during this period of time. Moreover, these two were very important members of the Qing Xian kingdom. Otherwise, they would not have been sent here by the king. I have been entrusted by the king to make it inconvenient for you to stay here. I wonder if you are interested in going to Qing Xian. If you are there, no one would dare to offend you. Shen Yuan Dao stood up to speak, but Li Lingtian remained seated with his back against the throne, looking pleased with himself. It was like a master listening to his subordinates report on something. The entire scene looked very strange, but the few of them were not unhappy at all. They did not dare to be unhappy at this time. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling snuggled up to Li Lingtian's left and right. If one did not know, they would definitely think that Li Lingtian was an ignorant and incompetent rich kid. I'm fine here. Go back and tell Shen Yuan Beiling that after I settle some matters, I will go to Qing Xian. Tell him to lock up his army so that he doesn't know what happened when Qing Xian disappears. Li Lingtian did not reply immediately after hearing Shen Yuan Dao's words. Instead, he opened his mouth to eat the fruit that Qing Ling had fed him before speaking at a moderate pace. His tone was so loud that it was frightening. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were instantly shocked. Shen Yuan Beiling was the king of 48 commanderies. He was a supreme existence in Qing Xian. There were many experts below. Chu Tianlan was just an ant in front of the Shen Yuan mausoleum. However, Li Lingtian's tone was filled with a lecturing tone. What kind of concept was this? Even a saint alchemist wouldn't teach a king a lesson like this. Shen Yuan Dao and Ping Qinglan were shocked as well. They had never expected Li Lingtian to be so arrogant. However, as the other party was a sacred alchemist, they held their breaths. If the other party was here to test them and they showed a little displeasure, it would not be a waste of their previous efforts. Understood. I will definitely inform His Majesty. Shen Yuan Dao and Ping Qinglan nodded and replied. They didn't know what to say. Do you recognize this? Li Lingtian looked at the duo and decided not to waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, a token flew out and arrived in front of Shen Yuan Dao. Chu Meng, Chu Tianlan, and the rest were puzzled as they did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. Not only did he avoid the topic, he even threw out a token. However, when they saw Shen Yuan Dao's expression, the father and daughter, as well as Ping Qinglan, were shocked. Shen Yuan Dao took the token and revealed a puzzled expression. Then, he looked at the token. However, the moment he looked at the token, his expression changed drastically and his hands trembled. A 9th-level martial emperor was like a hot potato in his hand. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, followed by excitement. He forcefully circulated his cultivation technique and calmed his mind. He carefully looked at the token, and his eyes revealed an excited light. In his line of sight, the word Shenyuan appeared on the token. Moreover, there was a mysterious 5-element halo around the word Shenyuan. The halo did not emit any light, but it represented a kind of identity. In the Shenyuan family, there were 5 identities. The 5 identities represented the 5 elements. Elite disciples were one of the 5 elements, and they were given tokens according to the attributes of the master. The outer sect elders had 2 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. The elders and protectors of the inner sect had 3 types of 5 elements, which were also determined by the attributes of the master. Shenyuan Beiling was only the 3rd type. The 4th and 5th types could only be possessed by people like the Grand Elder and the family head. However, the token in front of him was actually at the peak of the 5 elements. This represented the Grand Elder, but the young man in front of him was clearly not the Grand Elder. He flipped the token over and saw the 2 words Lingtian engraved on the back of Li Lingtian. This was the name of the owner of the token. His divine sense touched the token, and Shenyuan Dao's entire body trembled. It wasn't triggered by the restriction inside the token, but it was trembling with excitement. This token represented the identity of the young master of the Shenyuan family. In other words, this young man was the young master of the Shenyuan family. The other three people saw his expression and changes, and they were all puzzled and shocked. To be able to make a ninth firmament martial emperor like this, he wondered what this token represented. Your subordinate Shenyuan Dao greets the young master. Young master has crossed the border. We have failed to welcome you. We hope that young master will punish us. At this moment, Shenyuan Dao could no longer stand steadily. He knelt down and did not dare to raise his head. He lay on the ground with an extremely respectful expression. Chu Meng, Chu Tianlan, and Ping Qinglan were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What kind of concept was it to be able to make a ninth-level martial emperor kneel? However, Ping Qinglan was the first to react. Although his surname was Ping and not Shenyuan, his status in Qingxian was very high. He was extremely loyal to Qingxian and was one of the few people that the king absolutely trusted. He quickly knelt down and did not dare to say anything else. At this moment, he had lost his direction. Chapter 574, The Secret of Nanda County. Chapter 574, The Secret of Nanda County U, DAT, D-by? XN, Vel. No matter how stupid Chu Tianlan and Chu Meng were, they understood everything. The young saint alchemist before him was clearly the super expert behind Qingxian. Naturally, Qingxian would not be so simple. During this period of time, Qingxian was in a crisis and they must have asked for reinforcements. This young man must be someone from the upper echelons of Qingxian. Moreover, it was a very important person. Young master, this meant that this person was definitely a supreme existence in the family. There were many things that were difficult to understand at the moment, but they did not dare to be powerless. They also knelt down respectfully. For a moment, the entire living room was silent. There was no sound at all. Get up. Li Lingtian broke the silence in the living room. The pressure in the air immediately dissipated, causing the few of them to relax as if they had vented their anger. I didn't expect young master to come to Nanda County. Does young master want to return to Qingxian with me? Shenyuan Dao stood up and Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal him to sit down. He dared not resist and could only return to his seat. He spoke with extreme respect and did not dare to be negligent. He was extremely excited. He did not expect that this saint alchemist who refined a peerless medicinal pill was actually the young master of his Shenyuan family. This matter was easy to handle. No matter what, the young lord would not help the other kingdoms. At that time, Qingxian might become as powerful as a kingdom. I crossed over and came here. Something unexpected happened, so I can't leave Nanda County for the time being. Moreover, the matter of Qingxian country has to start from here. Sigh, Shenyuan Bailing, that fellow, can't let me be at ease. I only came here for a stroll, but I didn't expect Qingxian country to be like this. Tell him to mind his own business and ignore me. Even if the sky falls, I will still hold it up. After this seat has settled the matter here, I will naturally go to Qingxian. This seat would like to see what the so-called kingdom of Qingxian looks like. It is actually so arrogant. Oh right, I have to thank Miss Chu for saving me that day. Otherwise, I would have to sleep in the sea for a few days. Li Lingtian said calmly. There were some things that he did not explain, but Shenyuan Dao and the others naturally understood what was going on. Even if they were unclear about some things, they did not dare to ask. At the end of his sentence, he looked at Chu Meng. At this moment, Chu Meng was completely stunned. That day, it was young master who saved Chu Meng first. Chu Meng should have let young master take action. Chu Meng was stunned. Chu Tianlan, who was beside her, quickly pushed Chu Meng when she saw this. She was also very happy. Chu Meng was a little familiar with this young master. It would be much easier for her to do things in the future. They could be considered acquaintances. He was still in shock. He had never thought that this young man was actually the young master of the Qingxian kingdom. He didn't even take the Shenyuan mausoleum seriously. To treat crossing worlds as a common occurrence, wasn't this a little too terrifying? Even if he was a martial monarch realm expert, he could not easily cross realms. A martial monarch realm expert could not cross realms at all. Even if Chu Meng was talking, she didn't know what she was saying. She had never expected that the young man who had saved her was a saint alchemist and the young lord. The young lord who did not even put the king of Qing Xian in his eyes. I didn't save you that day. You were just lucky. The light of spacetime that I used to cross over just now killed the sea dragon beast. I've also suffered some injuries. Chu Tianlan, it's best if you pretend that you don't know about my presence here. Lord Nandun, you're in trouble, aren't you? Tell me some things about Nanda County. I need all the information here. Shenyuan Dao, when you go back, you should know what to say. There are some things that cannot be passed down to the 6 ears. Gather all the troops and forces together and listen to my arrangements. You guys can go back. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a storage pouch flew out. He then signaled for Shenyuan Dao and the other 2 to leave. This subordinate will take his leave first and wait for the arrival of the young master in the Qing Xian kingdom. Shenyuan Dao and Ping Qinglan bowed and left with their storage bags. Their faces were filled with respect. Chu Tianlan and her daughter were left alone in the living room. Naturally, Chu Tianlan understood what Li Lingtian wanted to do. Li Lingtian respectfully recounted some of the events in Nanda County. It was just as Li Lingtian had guessed. Young master is indeed resourceful. You saw the situation of Nanda County the moment you came out. In front of young master, I don't dare to hide anything. Nandu Prefecture is the place with the richest resources in Qing Xian. In the entire area of 100 million miles, among the countless countries, our Nandu Prefecture has the best resources. Because Nanda County has an ancient spirit herb garden and a bottomless abyss in the boundless ocean. These 2 places are places where countless marine race and human race experts compete. To put it bluntly, Nanda County is a place of trouble. The bottomless abyss has countless powerful treasures and underwater resources. There is an endless world under the sea area. It's like another world. The entrance to the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal garden are both in Nanda County. In the past, the opening time of the 2 places was different. There would be a difference of several hundred years. But now, the time difference between the 2 places is only 1 year. Therefore, the experts from countless countries and commanderies have come here. They not only want the resources here, but also want to occupy this place forever. Chu Tianlan recounted some of the events in Nanda County with a bitter smile on her face. Nanda County was rich in resources. Even without the spiritual herbal gardens and the entrance to the bottomless abyss, this place was definitely a good place for cultivation. However, these 2 mysterious entrances were both in Nanda County, so they naturally brought endless destruction to Nanda County. As Li Lingtian listened, he enjoyed the service of the 3 beauties, the fragrant fruits, and the top-quality tea. He was also shocked by what happened in Nanda County. Often, places like this were places where experts and forces competed. They all wanted to control the endless resources in their hands. Naturally, Nanda Prefecture became a battleground for military strategists. In his heart, he also thought so. He had to control Nanda County in his hands. If he couldn't control it, he had to destroy it. Qing Xian country was undoubtedly the Shenyuan families. Naturally, they could not allow other kingdoms to take away the resources of Qing Xian country. He was fighting for other people's resources. How could he let others fight for his? 2 places, which one opens in front? Li Lingtian secretly made up his mind as a smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Chu Tianlan with a sharp gaze. The 2 places were separated by a year. He could make use of this time gap to obtain the resources in both places. Not only that, but he also had to scheme against other experts. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down. Young master, the bottomless abyss will open first. It will only be open for half a year. In other words, the experts who can successfully come out of the bottomless abyss can enter the spiritual herbal garden. Chu Tianlan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the evil smile on Li Lingshan's face. He still could not understand why a saint alchemist was only at the martial arts grandmaster realm. Moreover, even a 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouse was so respectful. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? Thinking about it, it was somewhat similar. Even though Li Lingshan's aura was heaven-defying, it gave him a feeling of destruction. You go back first. I will send someone to inform you if there is anything. Li Lingtian nodded and waved Chu Tianlan away. He had to use this time to plan and quickly recover some of his cultivation. With that, he tossed the 2 jade bottles out. Chu Tianlan and Chu Meng each received a bottle and left happily. Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian as they watched the duo leave. Big brother Lingtian, do you think we should do something? Tang Zimeng said with a smile as she snuggled into Li Lingshan's arms. Her proud chest pressed against Li Lingshan's body, and the feeling of her firm and full body made Li Lingtian extremely excited. Now! Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at Tang Zimeng, Qing Ling, and Xiao Xiao. Big brother Lingtian, what are you thinking? Meng Meng was only talking about Nandu County. What are you thinking about? Were you not satisfied with Sister Maya last night? Tang Zimeng was taken aback as her face flushed red. Although she was Li Lingshan's wife, she was still extremely shy when Li Lingshan's thoughts went astray in broad daylight. However, by the end of her sentence, her small mouth had already moved close to Li Lingshan's ear. Her breath was like orchids, causing Li Lingshan's heart to go wild. Oh, so I was really thinking wrongly. How could I miss out on these matters? Isn't rushing to Nandu County to fight for the Shenyuan family's resources courting death? Li Lingtian replied with a smile. His face was filled with confidence. The aura from his entire body was also emitted. It was the aura of an expert, the aura of a disdainful person. I heard from Chu Tianlan that the bottomless abyss will only open in 2 months. We still have 2 months. In 2 months, Big brother Ling Tian's cultivation base will have recovered long ago. When the time comes, I'll personally teach those jumping clowns a lesson. Tang Zimeng said happily. Even though she was a wife, she was still as fun as a little girl. Since he's a clown, I can't just casually attack him. If I attack him, I won't be on the same level as a clown. Big dragon. Li Lingtian smiled before he shouted outside. When he arrived, Long Da left on his own accord and stood guard outside, not allowing anyone to enter. Young master. After Long Da entered, he bowed respectfully and waited for instructions. During this period of time, ask around about some of the foreign experts and figure out their numbers and cultivation levels. Oh right, go to the county city and look for a material called spiritual space stone. The more the better. Even if the county city doesn't have it, you have to find it in other counties and countries within a month. Li Lingtian began to give instructions. Although there were still 2 months left, he still had to prepare for some matters during these 2 months. With his own cultivation, he was naturally not afraid of ordinary experts. However, when facing countless experts, he was unable to do so. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make arrangements first. The opportunity was reserved for those who were prepared. Chapter 575, Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation. Chapter 575, Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation U, DAT, D by XN, Vel. OM Spirit Spatial Stone? Tang Zimeng and Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian. Even though they did not know much about arrays and refining, they understood the value of the spiritual air stone. They were curious as to why Li Lingtian needed the spiritual air stone. Spiritual spatial stone is a material used to create array formations. It's used for teleportation array formations. The entrance to the bottomless abyss is in our Nandu County. We naturally have to make preparations and control this entrance in our hands. A wicked smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to array Dao. In the past, he had encountered some spiritual air stones, but the number was small, so he had no use for them. Now that the entrance to the bottomless abyss was right under his nose, he naturally had to use an array to control this entrance. If he wanted to enter, he would have to pay a portion of the money. This subordinate will do it now. Long Da bowed respectfully and left. Although he did not need to go personally, he still had to give instructions to his subordinates. Li Lingtian could not afford to delay the things he wanted. He had to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, what was the point of keeping a group of subordinates? Young master, you want to use this formation to earn spirit stones, right? Qing Ling looked at Li Lingtian and suddenly understood something. If the array was controlled, anyone who wanted to enter would have no choice but to listen to Li Lingtian's request. Although Li Lingtian could not ask for anything else, he could still earn some spiritual stones. Yes, you've been with me for so long. You're still not smart. Li Lingtian nodded and looked at Qing Ling with satisfaction. He had the same thought. That's because young master taught me well. Qing Ling's heart was filled with sweetness when she heard Li Lingtian's praise. All right, then tonight, I'll teach you well. As Li Lingtian spoke, his eyes were filled with ambiguity. He reached out and pinched Qing Ling's perky buttocks, causing her to let out a soft moan. She looked at Li Lingtian shyly with a misty gaze, looking adorable and seductive. Naturally, she understood what Li Lingtian meant when he said he would teach her at night. She was always excited in front of Li Lingtian, and she would be happy even if Li Lingtian were to punish her on the spot. For the next few days, Li Lingtian focused on refining pills to recover his cultivation, cultivating his skills, and nourishing his treasures. He recovered one realm every day. After 8 days, Li Lingtian stopped cultivating. Now that his cultivation had reached rank 5 Martial Emperor, with such cultivation and heaven-defying methods, even a 9th-level martial honored realm expert would not be his match. On this day, Li Lingtian brought along Martial Saint Ming Luo, Heavenly Monster King, and Xiao Bai with Chu Tianlan following behind. The few of them drove the spaceship and quickly flew in the direction of the sea. After flying for a long time, they finally arrived at an island. Young master, the place where the bottomless abyss opened in the past is within 100 miles of here. I don't know the exact location either. Chu Tianlan bowed beside Li Lingtian. His eyes would occasionally glance at Ming Luo and the Heavenly Monster King. He was afraid, but he did not know what he was afraid of. However, these two people gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Okay, you two guard this place. Li Lingtian nodded before he sat down cross-legged and entered a state of clarity. Gradually, Li Lingtian's aura became ethereal. Then, Li Lingtian waved his hands and cast a series of magic arts. CC. Waves of fluctuations appeared in space. The waves in the sky and sea calmed down, but the space trembled. Divine Array Diagram. Sacrifice. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and a stream of light flashed between his brows. A 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide brocade map appeared before him. The moment the brocade map appeared, the entire space trembled. At the same time, Li Lingtian stood up and quickly cast a spell with both hands. As Li Lingtian waved his hand, the divine array diagram emitted a mysterious golden light. Chu Tianlan was shocked when she saw Li Lingtian's divine array diagram and magic art. Judging from his technique, he was clearly a superb array master. It was already enough for one person to have a cultivation base that was heaven-defying. However, Li Lingtian was also a super holy array master and now a powerful array master. How could the other geniuses survive? Li Lingtian's eyes gleamed as his lips curled into a smile. Retract. With a soft shout, Li Lingtian pointed at the air with one hand. The divine array diagram turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Li Lingtian's glabella. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he looked at the calm waters. Brother, how is it? Have you found the entrance? Xiao Bai looked at the smile on Li Lingtian's face but was unsure if Li Lingtian had found the entrance to the bottomless abyss. Hence, it asked. Chu Tianlan was also listening attentively. Although she did not dare to ask Li Lingtian about it, she was extremely curious. Is there anything difficult in this world when your brother makes a move? Li Lingtian smiled and reached out to pinch Little White's little face. This action was extremely natural. Little White allowed Li Lingtian to do as he pleased. In this state, it was very attached to Li Lingtian. Of course, I knew that Big Brother is the most powerful expert in this world. Nothing can stop Big Brother. Xiao Bai looked up at Li Lingtian. Although they looked similar, their height and charm were different. Otherwise, they would be a clone of Li Lingtian. Watch carefully. I'm going to make a move. Li Lingtian let go of Little White and in a flash, he was suspended in the air. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual airstones appeared in front of him. As Li Lingtian waved his hands, countless spiritual airstones spun. Traces of mysterious aura appeared between heaven and earth. No one could understand these auras. Heaven and earth 5 elements formation. After countless incantations, Li Lingtian's eyes sparkled. With a soft shout, the entire space began to tremble. It was at this moment that the spiritual airstone beside Li Lingtian flew into the air. A mysterious starry sky appeared between the sky and the sea. The spirit space was petrified into stars. The twinkling stars seemed to be scattered, but they were moving in a mysterious trajectory. Tens of thousands of stars were moving, shocking Chu Tianlan. Suppress, hurry. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian shouted softly again. The starry sky in the sky shot toward the bottom of the sea like a meteor. Crash. The seawater trembled continuously, and waves of splashing sounds could be heard. Boom, boom, an earth-shattering explosion followed, and the sea also began to churn. Chu Tianlan and the others on the island also felt a violent tremor. This situation was as if the end of the world had arrived. After a full 10 minutes, the sky and sea quieted down. Li Lingtian was drenched in sweat and his face was covered in sweat. He looked extremely tired. Brother, are you done? Xiao Bai waited for Li Lingtian to return to the island before coming forward to support him. She took out a silk handkerchief to help Li Lingtian wipe his sweat. After looking at Li Lingtian with concern, she realized that Li Lingtian was just too tired and needed to rest. All right, let's go back. I'm a little tired. Li Lingtian nodded. As he watched the sky and sea quieten down, he spoke to Little White. Chu Tianlan was surprised. He handled it so easily. However, he also understood that he could not understand the world of array masters. Since Li Lingtian dared to say that he had succeeded, there would naturally be no problem. Immediately, the flying ship quickly flew into the distance. Li Lingtian and Xiao Bai were resting in the spaceship's room. Xiao Bai, you can go back. I just need to rest for a while. Call me when you reach the prefecture capital. Li Lingtian was in his room. When he saw that Little White was also in his room, he spoke. Although there was nothing going on between him and Xiao Bai, it was still inappropriate for him to sleep with a girl by his side. Then you should rest first. I'll call you when we arrive. Little White nodded and turned to leave the room. It brought Li Lingtian's room with it and cast a simple restriction. Although there were no enemies on the spaceship, she did not want anyone to disturb Li Lingtian's rest. The spacecraft soon entered the county city and Li Lingtian woke up from his sleep. However, he was still a little tired. He then returned to his residence. As for the other matters, Long Da would naturally take care of them. This time, he was a rank 5 martial emperor, so it was a little difficult for him to cast such a heaven-defying array. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. This formation was called the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements Formation, and it was extremely powerful. More importantly, before the bottomless abyss appeared, there was nothing in this place. Even if an array master came, he might not be able to discover it unless he was someone with an array cultivation that was stronger than Li Lingtian. Even if the entrance to the bottomless abyss appeared, one would have to pass through the array formation to enter. In other words, one would have to obtain Li Lingtian's permission to enter. After resting for an entire day, Li Lingtian's spirit was fully restored. However, Shun Mai and Tang Qingyu accompanied him that night. The two women snuggled up to Li Lingtian and fell asleep contentedly. They did not follow Li Lingtian to have sex. As long as they were in Li Lingtian's arms, it was a blissful thing. When he woke up the next day, Li Lingtian looked at the remaining spiritual airstones and nodded in satisfaction. Husband, is this spirit spatial stone really that magical? Shun Mai knew that Long Da had found these stones a few days ago. She had searched the entire county city and finally found them. Similarly, Long Da's search for the spiritual airstone did not stop. As Li Lingtian had used this formation more than once, the more the merrier. Of course, this array relies on the spiritual airstone. After the array appears, if you want to enter the entrance, you have to listen to us. When the time comes, let's not talk about anything else. I believe that these experts won't be unwilling to take out some spirit stones. As Li Lingtian spoke with a smile, Tang Qingyu and Shun Maya helped him put on his clothes while laughing happily. Although their proud breasts were restrained by the tube top, they were still trembling with their laughter. Chapter 576, Unexpected Stimulation, 1. Chapter 576, Unexpected Stimulation, 1, U, DAT, D-by? XN, Vel. Seeing this, Li Lingshan's throat let out a grunt. Shun Mai and Tang Qingyu immediately understood what was going on, and they laughed even harder. They were even happier because Li Lingshan's actions showed that they were charming. Husband, can you be more promising? Shun Maya smiled happily as she spoke to Li Lingtian in a coquettish voice. Tang Qingyu nodded after she finished speaking. It's all because you're too beautiful. Can you blame me for this? As Li Lingtian spoke, a smile appeared on his lips as his gaze swept across the two women. Tang Qingyu and Shun Mai did not dodge at all. Instead, they allowed Li Lingtian to stare at them. Soon, the three of them walked out. Seeing that the other girls were cultivating, Li Lingtian and the other two xickly washed up and started cultivating. At noon, Li Lingtian had finished refining pills and was playing in the garden with Shenyuan Yingying and the others when Xiao Xiao entered. Young master, Long Da has sent news that there is an underground auction in Nanda County, and there is spiritual chilling ice there. Xiao Xiao approached Li Lingtian and relayed the news from Long Da to him. During this period of time, Long Da had basically been commanding his subordinates to search for natural treasures and inquire about the origins of some experts. The Li Residence's army was also established. With Li Lingshan's status, Chu Tianlan would not say a word even if he wanted the entire commanderess army. Moreover, he was eager to hand the army over to Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian had established his own guard army. The warriors who joined the guard army must be powerhouses above martial arts grandmaster. One could imagine the strength of such an army. Spirit cold ice. Li Lingshan's face was filled with astonishment before he broke into an excited smile. He had been searching for so long, but he had not expected to be discovered by accident. This was luck. He had been in the third heaven for a long time. He had the infinite sacred flame, but he didn't have the heaven and earth strange ice. If he wanted to break through, he had to reach the perfection of martial arts, and he also needed the two extreme forms of ice and fire. If he could obtain the spiritual chilling ice, he would have a chance to break through the third layer to the fourth layer. The power of the third level was already heaven-defying. He wondered how powerful the fourth level would be. Yes, this auction is an underground auction. Those who enter need to be introduced by acquaintances. There are some rare treasures that are not properly obtained. This spirit-freezing ice is one of them. Long Da got the news from Chu Tianlan. I wonder if young master wants to go. If you do, Chu Tianlan can think of a way. Xiao Xiao looked at Li Lingtian and waited for his reply. Yes, of course I have to go. Go tell Long Da that I need 3 spots. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. It was impossible for him to give up on the spirit-chilling ice. Even if he could not purchase it with spiritual stones, he would have other means to obtain it. With his personality, he would definitely bring Tang Qingyu and the others along. However, it was obviously unrealistic to go to such an underground auction house too many times, so 3 spots were about enough. Of the 3 spots, he naturally brought the 2 girls along. As for safety, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King were enough. They didn't need to enter the auction house. They could just wait outside. This was because fights were strictly prohibited in the auction house. It was useless to bring Marshal Saint Ming Luo in. Alright, I'll tell Long Da. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she left with a smile. Li Lingtian looked at Xiao Xiao with a smile on his face. This maid had been following him since he was young and she was still following him. He couldn't mistreat Xiao Xiao in the future. He already had several wives, so he didn't need Xiao Xiao anymore. With a few wives to take care of him, he didn't have to worry about anything. He just had to deal with the matters outside. Xiao Xiao following him was just for her to broaden her horizons. Ling Tian, Is there an auction? After Xiao Xiao left, he returned to the garden. Tang Qingyu and the others could naturally hear Li Lingshan's words, so they asked. Oh, right, who's coming with me? Li Lingtian glanced at the girls. There were only 3 spots this time. Apart from him, he could bring 2 more people. However, there were a total of 11 girls and he did not know who to bring. Let's bring Yingying along. We can also bring Xiao Xiao or Qingping along. Yingying has never been to the auction house, so she should be the most suitable one. As for Xiao Xiao and the other 2, you can do as you see fit. Huangfu Yuyan and the others exchanged glances. They naturally understood that they couldn't all follow. In fact, they all wanted to go with Li Lingtian. However, when they thought of how many people there were, it would not be good if Li Lingtian put himself in a difficult position. Since they had already been there, it was only natural for them not to go. Shenyuan Yingying had to go. Although it was just for fun, it could create opportunities for them. Although the 3 maids were only maids, they had grown up with them and were like sisters. Since they were their maids, they were also Li Lingshan's maids. When a young lady got married, the maid would naturally give her a dowry. This was also the etiquette of this world. If Li Lingtian ignored them, they would be alone for the rest of their lives. Naturally, they could not bear to see that happen. Yes, Yingying, follow Lingtian and see how domineering your big brother Lingtian is. Tang Qingyu smiled as well. In front of Li Lingtian and his friends, she was definitely not an icy beauty but a gentle little woman. This was also her personality. She knew how to live. If she kept being cold, Li Lingtian would not be able to stand it, and neither would the other sisters. However, her cold demeanor when she was outside was as gentle as water when she was at home. This made Li Lingtian even more enticed. Really? Big brother Lingtian has a lot of spirit stones. If I see something beautiful this time, I'll buy it all. If we don't use the spirit stones ruthlessly, how can we show my big brother Lingtian's strength? Shenyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was also grateful that these sisters took care of her. All the girls burst into laughter when she finished her sentence. They did not expect Shenyuan Yingying to have such a reason. However, they were not afraid because Li Lingshan's wealth was astounding. A few spiritual stones was nothing to him. Yingying, take a rest first. I'll call you later. Meng Meng, call Qingping over. When the time comes, bring Qingping along and let them broaden their horizons. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he went to the pavilion in the garden and laid down on the stool to sleep. He enjoyed the birds chirping and the fragrance of the flowers as he listened to the crisp and sweet laughter. The entire garden was like a fairyland. As soon as he lay down, Shunmaya came to his side and rested Li Lingshan's head on her jade-like legs so that Li Lingtian could sleep better. Her slender and round legs carried a hint of a girl's body fragrance, and she was extremely intoxicated. Shunmaya hugged Li Lingshan's head as she watched him sleep quietly. At this moment, the man before her was the quietest. He had a handsome face, and even when he was sleeping, he gave off a manly and serene feeling. He was a powerful and heaven-defying genius who could topple all the girls in the world. He was the man that she, Shunmaya, loved. Waking up to rule the world, drunk on the knees of a beauty. This was the most carefree life. Even the gods would be envious. This sleep lasted for 4 hours before Li Lingtian woke up. No matter what auction it was, it could only be held at night, so he had to rest well during the day so that he would be energetic at night. Yes, just right. After Li Lingtian woke up, he looked at the sky and nodded in satisfaction. Standing up, he saw that Shunmaya had been hugging his head for 4 hours. Even a man wouldn't be able to stand it, let alone a delicate beauty. His legs would definitely be stiff. Maya was about to call out to husband when husband woke up first. After Shunmaya let go of Li Lingtian, she spoke in a sweet voice. Her appearance was indescribably adorable. Chapter 577, Qingping, 1. Chapter 577, Qingping, 1, U, Dat, Dbai, Xn, Vel. The 2 of them left the garden and arrived at the front hall. Seeing that Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping were already waiting for them, Li Lmjishan and Li Lingtian walked in with smiles on their faces. Big brother Lingtian, you still said you wanted to wake me up. What time is it already, and you're still sleeping? Shenyuan Yingying said coquettishly as soon as she saw Li Lingtian enter. She tugged at Li Lingshan's sleeve unwillingly. I overslept. I'm not late now. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. He and Shunmaya knew that they did not oversleep initially. However, Shunmaya had spent quite some time helping Li Lingtian. Shunmaya's face could not help but turn red. Shenyuan Yingying had been with Li Lingshan's wife for a long time, so she could not hide from her gaze. She immediately noticed something. Her beautiful eyes stared at Shunmaya, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Sister Maya, you've done something bad. This girl knew that Shunmaya was shy, but she insisted on saying it, making Shunmaya even more shy. Li Lingtian looked at Shunmaya's expression and his heart stirred. Go, go, go. What bad things are you doing? Besides, we're husband and wife. It's normal for us to do things. How can you say that it's a bad thing? Li Lingtian extended his hand and tapped Shenyuan Yingying's forehead as he stared at her. Then, he smiled and said it. He couldn't escape Shenyuan Yingying's gaze, so he didn't say anything. Young master. Qing Ping served a cup of fragrant tea to Li Lingtian as she called out in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction at her well-behaved appearance before he sat down on the chair. Lingtian, you're going to bring a guard with you today, right? Although Nanda County doesn't have any experts, it's not safe during this period of time. Tang Qingyu said after Li Lingtian sat down. The others were all there. They nodded in agreement when they heard Tang Qingyu's words. They were extremely concerned about Li Lingshan's safety. They were not concerned about it at other times, but now that Li Lingshan's cultivation base had fallen, he was in danger all too often. I will bring Ming Luo and Tian Yao. Long Da and Yun Hao will protect you in the mansion. Li Lingshan's heart was filled with warmth. In Nanda County City, no one dared to fight easily. However, this auction was held outside the city. This was because underground auctions were not allowed in the city. After all, these treasures were not from a clean source, and they were worried that they would cause trouble for the county city. Moreover, after opening an underground auction, one could fight for treasures after leaving the auction. This was also one of the cruel keys. Countless experts who didn't have many spirit stones also participated. This was because after participating, they didn't get what they wanted, so they would directly fight. That was also why Li Lingtian brought Ming Luo and the heavenly demon along. The heavenly demon's strength had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. It only needed a supreme heavenly demon pill to achieve a breakthrough. However, Li Lingtian did not dare to refine a supreme heavenly demon pill with his current cultivation. Otherwise, it would affect the recovery of his cultivation base. Naturally, the Heavenly Monster King dared not ask Li Lingtian to refine the Supreme Heavenly Monster Pill. If it affected Li Lingshan's cultivation base, it would not be worth it. As long as Li Lingshan's cultivation base was restored to the Third Firmament Martial Emperor realm, he would be able to refine the Supreme Heavenly Monster Pill. He was not in a hurry to do so in a few days. Yes, that's good. With a Heavenly Demon Monarch's cultivation, he can even resist a Fourth Firmament Martial Saint. Although Ming Luo is only at the second heaven, she can definitely sweep through Nanda County. She can also protect Qingping and Yingying. Shunmaya nodded. She was extremely happy with Li Lingshan's arrangement. To them, Li Lingshan's safety was more important than their own safety. They would rather be injured than to see Li Lingtian get hurt. That's right. After my cultivation recovers, I'll raise their cultivation by 1 realm. That way, I'll be able to relax a little. Li Lingtian looked at the sky before he stood up. It was just in time to head to the auction house or he would be late. Tang Qingyu and Huangfu Yuyan stood up as well and helped Li Lingtian tidy his clothes. It was a wife's duty and pride to keep their man neat and tidy whenever he went out. Even though Li Lingshan's clothes were not in a mess, his actions were extremely heartwarming. Subsequently, the girls escorted Li Lingtian to the front yard before stopping. Li Lingtian led Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping outside. Shenyuan Yingying naturally held Li Lingshan's arm, looking extremely warm. On the other hand, Qingping was much more restrained. She had been following behind Li Lingtian and the other man at an unhurried pace. When Li Lingtian saw this, he stopped and turned around to hold Qingping's hand. Immediately, he felt Qingping's small hand tremble, and his body seemed to have been electrocuted. She subconsciously struggled for a moment, but in the end, there was no movement at all. Her small face was flushed. Her heart was filled with sweetness. As the lady's maid, it was only natural for her to marry him off. Li Lingtian was a genius who could charm any girl in the world. She was also extremely envious of being with the young miss, but she understood her status. With Li Lingshan's excellence and status, she naturally did not stand a chance. She could only watch silently. Now, her mind went blank as she did not expect Li Lingtian to hold her hand. Her entire body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She had never come into contact with a man before, let alone been held by a man. Naturally, she had such a reaction. Her entire body was extremely numb. "Let's go." Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Qingping's expression. He understood what Huangfu Yuyan and the others meant. If the three maids followed them, they would naturally not be able to get married in the future. He naturally would not let them suffer. Yes. Qingping's mind was completely blank as Li Lingtian held her hand. Excitement, happiness, and sweetness assaulted her heart. He had never thought that such a day would come. However, when this day arrived, he felt a little uncomfortable. It had come too suddenly. She didn't know how she came to the auction house. Only after she entered the auction house did she know. As she sat in her seat, she could not help but steal a glance at Li Lingtian. Her heart was thumping non-stop. In the past, she admired Li Lingtian and never thought that she would have the chance to get close to him. She did not expect Li Lingtian to take notice of her. After all, Li Lingshan's identity was too heaven-defying. The distance between them was like that between a god and an ant. Li Lingtian nodded from time to time when he saw Li Lingtian and Shenyuan Yingying chattering non-stop. Although he was envious, he was already satisfied. At that moment, Li Lingtian happened to be looking at Qingping when she was peeking at him. Qingping immediately lowered her head in panic, her heart racing. "Qingping, if you see something you like later, buy it and buy some for them." Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that Qingping was peeking at him. He was only pretending not to know so that Qingping would not feel uncomfortable. He was also extremely moved by this little girl's appearance. Although this little girl was not as beautiful as Tang Ziming and the others, she was still a one-in-million beauty. "Yes, Qingping will remember." Qingping replied softly, but her heart was still trembling. This feeling was mixed with fear, anticipation, and excitement. "Qingping, your big brother Ling Tian's servant girl. Is there a need to be so shy? I've decided. Tonight, you'll serve big brother Ling Tian." Shenyuan Yingying also doted on Qingping when she saw her. This cute and shy little girl was indeed cute. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless when he heard Shenyuan Yingying's words. What did she mean by she could decide? Who was going to serve him? Was Shenyuan Yingying the one deciding? Qingping became even more shy when she heard Shenyuan Yingying's words. How could a ****** girl tolerate such words? Yingying. Li Lingtian glared at Shenyuan Yingying as he spoke in a low voice. At this moment, there were hundreds of powerhouses in the auction house. Naturally, he could not speak carelessly. In fact, even if they spoke very softly, many super experts could hear them. However, Shenyuan Yingying obediently stopped teasing Qingping after Li Lingtian stopped her. Qingping was slightly relieved, but she was a little disappointed. Li Lingtian scanned the auction hall with his divine consciousness and noticed that there were many powerhouses present. Although most of them were martial emperors and martial venerables, there were also quite a number of martial emperors and even a few 9th-level martial emperors. Seeing these powerhouses, Li Lingtian felt much more relaxed about tonight's competition. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to compete for the treasure. He just didn't want to waste spirit stones. If he met a powerful competitor, even if he won the competition, he would still waste a lot of spirit stones. In his heart, He had never worried about his wealth. His spirit stones and wealth were simply something that 5 people could compare to. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could just sell some of the treasures in his divine dragon ring or refine some peerless pills. Then, spirit stones would come rolling in. Time slowly passed, and the auction began. Shenyuan Yingying and Qing Ping were extremely excited because it was their first time in such a place. Welcome to our auction house. I am Dugu Zhon. Greetings to all of you. At this moment, a middle-aged powerhouse walked out of the auction house. He was at the second heaven of the martial emperor realm. After all, the underground auction was not as luxurious as other official auction houses. It was only temporary. However, the items in this auction house were definitely not fake. Otherwise, no one would come to the underground auction house to trade. Dugu Zhon saluted the thousands of warriors with a greedy smile on his face. He didn't look like an expert at all, but more like a businessman. Although this is an underground auction hall and isn't suitable for normal auctions, the items and treasures here are hard to find anywhere else. Similarly, the highest bidder wins here. We can't fight in the auction hall. Dugu Zhon emphasized the rules of the underground auction house. He didn't hide anything and directly spoke about the situation of the underground auction house. However, this wasn't important. The important thing was that martial artists needed powerful and precious treasures and items, regardless of the situation of the auction house. However, this statement resonated with all the martial artists, and they also accepted the existence of the underground auction house. This was because the people in the underground auction house were direct and did not have the slightest bit of falsehood. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 578, Teasing Wu Zun. Chapter 578, Teasing Wu Zun Yu, DAT, D-by? XN, Vel. Oh, I'm alright, I won't be long-winded. Now, the auction officially begins. The first item is a high-grade heaven artifact. It's a heaven weapon of the wood attribute. It can increase the life force of a wood martial spirit expert. When a wood martial spirit expert uses this upper-grade heaven weapon, his strength will increase by 10%. It's the green melon sword. Dugu Zhon took out a brocade box. An exquisite short sword slowly floated in the brocade box. The short sword exuded a strong wood elemental aura. Li Lingtian could feel the power of a superior-grade celestial weapon even though he was sitting in the middle. Indeed, this green melon sword was a high-grade celestial artifact, and a very precious one at that. Li Lingtian was not surprised by the verdant melon sword, but he had come to the right place. Since the first item was already a superior-grade celestial artifact, there should be more valuable items after that. Even though his target was the spirit freezing ice, he would not let go of the other treasures that he had encountered. The starting bid for the green melon sword is 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Each increment is 2 million. Dugu Zhon looked at the countless wood martial soul experts below, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. He was obviously very interested in this cyan sword. Even though the majority of wood element cultivators were women, the auction house was basically filled with men. There were very few female cultivators. Li Lingtian scanned the room when he entered and found that there were only a dozen female cultivators. The azure melon sword was a very good treasure. For some martial emperors and martial supremes, it was already very difficult to obtain a heaven artifact. After all, a saint artifact was rare and could only be found by chance. No matter where they were, heaven artifacts were basically the treasures of martial emperors and martial venerables. Even martial emperors used heaven artifacts. The powerhouses who used saint weapons were basically all heaven-defying martial emperor and martial saint powerhouses. Heaven artifacts were good, but this price was also a price. The base price was 2 million, and each increment was 10 million. First, this base price alone was hard for many martial emperors to bear. No million low-grade spirit stones. 120 million low-grade spirit stones. However, there were still quite a number of wood elemental experts who started to compete for it. Heaven artifacts were hard to come by, and high-grade heaven artifacts were even rarer. Generally speaking, the competition for attributed treasures was not that intense. After all, treasures with attributes were only suitable for warriors with the corresponding attributes. If a water martial spirit expert used a fire attribute treasure, it would be simply courting death. Not only was he unable to unleash his powerful might, but he was also restraining himself. He was unable to even unleash his own might, and he would often be driven into qi deviation. Big brother Ling Tian, I want to try something so fun, okay? Shenyuan Yingying looked at the fierce competition below and her curiosity was immediately aroused. Although she cultivated the wood element, she could not use such a heaven artifact at all. She merely thought that the competition was fun. As she spoke, she looked at Li Lingtian with a questioning expression. Although Shenyuan Yingying was mischievous and lively, she would only be like this when it came to unimportant matters. However, she would never be like this when it came to real matters. Now that it was a matter of spiritual stones, it was naturally up to Li Lingtian. It's fun, then let's give it a try. Your big brother Ling Tian doesn't lack spirit stones. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression. This little girl knew her place. When she spoke, she even gave Shenyuan Yingying an encouraging look. At the same time, he turned to Xiong Qingping and gave her an encouraging look. Qingping's heart thumped wildly. Even though it was just a glance, it was enough to satisfy her. It meant that Li Lingtian had her in his eyes. 310 million. When Shenyuan Yingying saw that the others had raised the bid to 300 million, she immediately raised it by 10 million. After raising the bid, she suddenly felt a strange excitement in her heart. This feeling was very fun. After all, this was a competition with spirit stones, and it was a competition with countless experts. Young master, I want to play too. Qingping looked at Shenyuan Yingying's expression and was also playful. Although she was shy, she was still playful. As she spoke, she kept her head lowered, afraid to look at Li Lingtian. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian reached out and hooked her chin with a faint smile on his face. Qingping felt even more embarrassed. Back when she was with Tang Zimeng, she would often hang out with Li Lingtian. However, after Li Lingtian held her hand tonight, she felt a huge change. Will I eat you? If you want to play, then play. Don't restrain yourself in front of me in the future. The smile on Li Lingtian's face widened as he pinched Qingping's cheek. Yes, Qingping understands. Qingping's heart was thumping. She felt even more blissful after hearing Li Lingtian's words. At first, she thought that Li Lingtian was bullying her, but when she finally realized that he was not bullying her but was not trying to restrain her, she was touched. 360 million. 370 million. 380 million. After all, only 1/5 of the martial artists had wood-type martial souls, so there weren't many people competing. How many people would be able to take out hundreds of millions of spirit stones? Even if these martial emperors, martial supremacies, or the core figures of a force or family, spirit stones were still very rare to them. 400 million low-grade spirit stones. After the other martial artists finished adding, Qingping shouted 400 million. After shouting, her heart pounded. What was even funnier was that the other warriors were looking at Li Lingtian in unison. Martial artists were competing. Every time a martial artist raised the price, they would be noticed. Not long after Shenyuan Yingying, who was standing beside Li Lingtian, raised her bid, another beautiful girl raised her bid. As such, the powerhouses naturally understood that the two girls were just fooling around. Using spirit stones to play around was too much, but so what? He could afford it. 410 million spirit stones. A second-level Supreme Realm expert raised the price. 420 million spirit stones. When Shenyuan Yingying saw that someone had increased the bid by 10 million, the excitement on her face did not decrease at all. 430 million spirit stones. Another Supreme Realm expert increased the price to 430 million spiritual stones. 440 million spirit stones. This voice came from Qingping. Instantly, all the martial artists quieted down. What the F***ck was going on? The two girls were together and clearly had a good relationship. The competition between the two of them was no joke. 450 million. 460 million. 470 million. 480 million. For a moment, Shenyuan Yingying, Qing Ping, and the other two Supreme Realm experts kept increasing the price. Everyone increased the price again and again. 700 million low-grade spirit stones. The second-level Supreme Realm expert's face revealed a sinister expression as the price continued to rise. When Qing Ping called out 690 million, he did not hesitate to call out 700 million. However, the second-level martial-honored realm expert's face was filled with black lines. Big brother Ling Tian, it's not fun anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Young master, I'm not playing anymore. Shenyuan Yingying and Qing Ping said it at the same time, making all the warriors feel uncomfortable. He had thought that the two girls would keep bidding, but he never expected them to stop bidding at the same time. They actually said that it was no longer fun. You, the second-level Supreme Realm expert who had shouted 700 million had an ashen face and looked extremely ugly. 700 million spirit stones far exceeded the price of a high-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, to a revered martial artist, 700 million spirit stones was like drawing his blood. It was almost all of his wealth. How could these warriors compete with Li Lingtian in spiritual stones? Li Lingtian had more than 4 trillion spiritual stones in his divine dragon ring, along with countless weapons and treasures, jade slips, cultivation techniques, materials, and herbs. All of this added up to a shocking number. With his status as a saint alchemist, the peerless pills he refined could shake the entire divine martial continent. Not to mention a warrior, even a super sect or super kingdom might not dare to compare their wealth to him. Keek. Hee. It's too fun, big brother Ling Tian, I still want to play later. That's right, young master. Wait a moment, we still have to continue. The two girls completely ignored the middle-aged powerhouse who was at the second heaven martial-honored realm. Instead, they acted coquettishly beside Li Lingtian. All the warriors were speechless and felt depressed. If they met these two little girls during the competition, they would be finished. However, to be honest, one of these two little girls was a peerless beauty, a unique beauty in the world, and the other was also a 1 in 10,000 existence. If he could get his hands on that peerless beauty, it would be worth it even if he lost a few decades of his life. They had never thought that there would be such a stunning beauty in this world. Instantly, countless experts revealed greedy looks in their eyes. If you want to play, then play. Li Lingtian looked at the two girls and realized that they were obviously trying to draw hatred for him. However, he did not care at all. A mere martial honor or martial emperor was not worthy of being his opponent at all. Moreover, as long as the people around him liked it, he would find a way to get his hands on the entire divine martial continent, let alone the spiritual stones. A mere spirit stone was nothing. He had brought the two girls along to play this time, so he naturally wouldn't let them down. 700 million spirit stones going once. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? Du Guzhon was elated when he saw the two girls beside Li Lingtian. If the two girls continued like this, the price would increase. However, he was a little worried that other martial artists would be afraid of the two girls and not dare to compete. 700 million spirit stones going twice. 700 million spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to number 480 for obtaining the green melon sword. Du Guzhon knew that no one else would raise the price, but the rules still had to be followed. When the hammer was knocked down, he asked a maid beside him to bring the brocade box to the second-level martial-honored realm expert. At this moment, the second-level Supreme Realm expert had already hated Shenyuan Yingying and the other two women to the bone. 700 million spirit stones were gone just like that. Although he had obtained a heaven artifact, this heaven artifact was too expensive. Chapter 579, Mysterious Item. Chapter 579, Mysterious Item U, DAT, D-by? XN, Vel. The first item ended just like that. Then, The second item appeared. It was also a heaven artifact, but it was much more powerful than the green melon sword. Now, let's begin the auction for the second item. The originally lively auction hall gradually quieted down after Dugujon's words. In the auction house, everyone knew that the later the item was, the more precious it would be. The first item was already a saint artifact, and it was a high-grade saint artifact at that. The second item naturally wouldn't be any worse. This item is also a weapon. High-grade celestial artifact. However, this item has no restrictions on its attributes. It's an offensive treasure. Dugujon had a faint smile on his face, but he didn't take out the item. This was just to spoil the taste and keep people guessing. The more curious the experts were, the more intense the competition would be. These were the usual methods of the auctioneer, but the other martial artists knew this, but they still followed the other party's trap. A heaven artifact without any attributes. It's an attack-type treasure. Its power is shocking. Sky-breaking shuttle, a high-grade celestial weapon. It can ignore the defense of any treasure of the same grade. At this point, Dugujon no longer kept them in suspense. He understood that no matter what, there was a limit to it. If it caused the strong to be disgusted, then the gains would not make up for the losses. He opened a brocade box. Inside the brocade box lay a 1-foot-long shuttle-shaped treasure. It had a golden light on it and gave off an indestructible feeling. A terrifying destructive aura was also emitted from the auction house, causing some martial artists with lower cultivation to circulate their cultivation methods to resist the terrifying aura of the sky-breaking shuttle. Sky-breaking shuttle. High-grade celestial artifacts can ignore the defense of treasures of the same grade. A high-grade celestial artifact without any attributes is indeed not simple. If there was such a treasure, it would be a good treasure to destroy a high-grade celestial artifact. In an instant, countless voices of discussion rang out. Dugujon didn't stop them. Instead, he looked at the discussions of the martial artists below. The more martial artists talked about this treasure, the more attention the treasure would receive. When the time came, the competition would be even more intense. Li Lingtian smiled faintly as he watched the martial artists' discussion in the auction house. Normally, he would not auction off the treasures in the auction house unless the girl beside him liked it. He did not need the treasures in the auction house. He only needed some heaven-defying materials. I believe that all of you know the power of the sky-breaking shuttle better than me. The starting price of the sky-breaking shuttle is also 100 million, and each increment is also 10 million. Dugujon seized the opportunity and began to speak again. He stated the starting price and the increase in the price of the heaven-breaking shuttle. In the auction house, the starting price did not have to be very high. It mainly depended on the intensity of the competition, or how much the expert needed, and more importantly, the number of spirit stones in the expert's hands. By the time he said the base price and the increase, the other experts could not wait any longer. The previous item was a high-grade heaven weapon. However, the green melon sword could only be used by a strong warrior with a wood-type martial soul. However, this sky-breaking shuttle could be used by any warrior. 150 million spirit stones. 180 million spirit stones. 230 million spirit stones. The intensity of the competition surprised Li Lingtian. However, he immediately realized that he didn't even want the celestial artifact. He didn't need it. Even if it was given to him for free, he wouldn't want it. He wouldn't even accept a saint artifact, let alone a heaven artifact. This was because he had countless treasures in his hands. He didn't even want the saint weapons. He only had the supreme saint weapons, the Sky Universe Sword and the Heavenly Fault Sword. As for the rest, he would use divine weapons. With his cultivation and strength, a saint artifact was no longer of much use. However, the powerhouses before him were different. They were not as terrifying as Li Lingtian and were still relying on the power of the treasure. 930 million low-grade spiritual stones. 940 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, the price reached 900 million, but the competition was relatively weak at this time. After all, it was 900 million, not 90,000. Even if these people were martial emperors, martial supremes, or even martial sovereigns, it was still a little difficult to get 900 million spiritual stones. As the saying goes, a man with money is a man, but a man without money is also in trouble. Although it was rare for experts to encounter this sentence, they would only truly understand the true meaning of this sentence when they encountered a real need for sky-high spirit stones. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think this price is proportional to the heaven-breaking shuttle? Shenyuan Yingying was curious as she watched so many experts compete for a treasure. She had no idea what was going on in the past. After following Li Lingtian, she had seen many things, but she had no idea about the price and value of the treasure. However, the moment she opened her mouth, it caused countless experts to misunderstand. They thought that this peerless beauty wanted to participate in the battle, which immediately made countless martial artists subconsciously feel afraid. What are you looking at? That treasure is so ugly. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it. Shenyuan Yingying saw that many warriors were looking at her. She immediately pouted and said fiercely, thinking that she was very fierce. However, she did not know that not only was she not fierce, but she was even cuter. When all the martial artists saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression, they immediately felt amused. Their hostility towards Shenyuan Yingying also decreased a lot. After all, this girl was very direct and was an unparalleled beauty. However, Shenyuan Yingying's words made more martial artists pause and almost vomit blood. What did he mean by ugly to death? This was clearly a powerful treasure, but he still said it was ugly. After hearing Shenyuan Yingying's words, those experts who were competing for the sky-breaking shuttle felt relieved. At least they wouldn't be disturbed by this girl. Everyone has different bottom lines and needs. For those who need it, even if this weapon costs 100 billion, there will still be people fighting to buy it. For those who don't need it, even if it costs 100 spirit stones, they won't necessarily buy it. The price is worth it, and the people have their needs. Their true meaning is not the same. The price and value are often not proportional, but in the eyes of the people who need it, it is proportional. Then let me tell you. Although this heaven artifact is powerful, I don't need it. However, if you give me a good medicinal herb, I'll choose the medicinal herb over the heaven artifact. Li Lingtian spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was not soft either. At least, the powerhouses nearby could hear him. Initially, they felt disdain when they heard Li Lingshan's comments. However, Li Lingshan's words were reasonable and no one dared to object. I see. Big Brother Ling Tian is right. Take me as an example. If there's a beautiful treasure, I'd naturally want it, but this sky-breaking shuttle is really ugly. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Shenyuan Yingying's expression was as if she had seen it before. Moreover, the expression on her small face was extremely serious. In the eyes of outsiders, she didn't look pretentious at all. This was what Shenyuan Yingying meant. Qingping listened attentively from the side. Li Lingtian was usually happy when he was joking, but he was serious when he was doing things. The three of them discussed happily. The second item was successfully auctioned off at a price of 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion for a high-grade heaven artifact. How should he put it? Those who thought it was worth it would think it was worth it. Those who thought it wasn't worth it would think it was a heaven-defying price. The third item was a peerless grade fire attribute heavenly weapon. Even if it was only a fire attribute heavenly weapon, its price was still shocking. A peerless fire-type heaven artifact, sold for 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. Li Lingtian was satisfied with the fire-type peerless heavenly weapon, but that was all. The girls around him were all extremely talented geniuses. They were all proud daughters of heaven that were 1 in a billion. Similarly, they had all 5 elements, but he had no intention of buying these treasures because they all had saint artifacts. The third item has been successfully auctioned. Now, let's begin the auction for the fourth item. The fourth item might be of great interest to all of you. Even I don't know what this item is. Please help me to appraise it. Those who recognize this item, we will auction it according to this price. Du Guzhon's face revealed a look of anticipation. No one had recognized this item until now. Not only him, But all the warriors in the auction house were curious. It was the first time they had heard of an item being auctioned in the auction house. Li Lingxian's face was filled with curiosity as a smile appeared on his lips. He had participated in many auctions, and his knowledge was vast. He had a certain understanding of demons, humans, demons, and dragons. It could be said that he knew almost everything. Sir Dugu, what is this thing? Yeah, take it out for us to see. Let us have a look. We also want to see what it is. There are also things that Sir Dugu doesn't recognize. It's really hard to imagine. Brother Dugu, your master is a martial saint. Don't you know him? For a moment, countless experts were extremely curious. Those who knew about this auction house were even more shocked because they knew the person behind this auction house. A treasure that even a martial saint powerhouse did not recognize was really not simple. Sirs, you flatter me. Dugu Zhon didn't say anything. Instead, an old man in his 50s walked out from the small door behind him. The old man emitted a powerful aura. This aura immediately made all the experts feel oppressed. A martial monarch and a martial supremacy were suppressed by this aura. Even a martial emperor was slightly suppressed. This was something that the old man had done unintentionally. If he really made a move, all the powerhouses present would be crushed to death by the old man's pressure. A martial saint. Countless martial artists exclaimed in their hearts, but none of them dared to speak. He could only look at the old man in shock and understand the identity of this old man. This old man was Dugu Zhon's master, a martial saint. Only a martial saint would have such a martial saint's pressure and aura. Li Lingtian was the only one who did not move. Even though he was suppressed by the aura, he was not shocked at all. In the past, not to mention the pressure of a martial saint, he had even killed a martial saint. However, he was even more curious. What was this item that even a martial saint expert did not recognize? His eyes were also looking at the old man in front of him, waiting for the old man to take out that mysterious item. Chapter 580, Fighting Against Each Other. Chapter 580, Fighting Against Each Other. Dat, defy, Unrivaled. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already arrived at the front of the stage. Dugu Zhon respectfully bowed to the old man and took a step back to show his respect. The old man ignored Dugu Zhon and opened a jade box in his hand. The jade box was about a foot in size and exuded an ancient aura. Everyone could only see the jade box and not the things inside. Because this jade box had isolated all cultivators' soul consciousness, if one wanted to see what was inside, they had to break that mysterious restriction. However, in front of this old man, who would have the guts to act rashly? There are two sets of items in this jade box. Two identical items, but I've found many appraisers who couldn't recognize them. So, if you know them, tell me their origin and value, and this item will be auctioned according to its value. Similarly, you can also use items to exchange for it. The old man spoke indifferently. His eyes were like torches as he looked at all the martial artists in the auction hall. There was a faint disappointment in his eyes because there were only martial emperor powerhouses here. There was not even a single martial saint. However, it was a last resort. He wanted to try anyway. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly opened the restriction on the jade box without waiting for the other warriors to speak. Li Lingtian had been staring at the old man. However, when he saw the old man's appearance, his heart trembled. He secretly opened his divine soul eyes and looked at the old man. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. There seemed to be something wrong with this old man, but he did not know what the problem was. Because this old man was a martial saint expert, he did not dare to look at the old man seriously with his divine soul eyes in case he was discovered. He only felt that there was something wrong with this old man. He did not know what exactly was wrong. If one used the eye of the divine soul to observe carefully, they would definitely be able to see what the old man was thinking. However, the moment Li Lingtian saw the jade box's restriction activated, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. The restriction on the jade box was activated, and a dark blue crystal that was half a foot long and wide appeared in his sight. This crystal had no regular shape. This was because this crystal had not been carved or polished. It was a raw stone. It was rare to encounter a dark blue crystal. Moreover, this crystal had a mysterious flowing light flashing inside. It was indescribably mysterious. More importantly, there was a mysterious aura within the dark blue crystal. The aura carried spirituality and would waver from time to time. If it was not for Li Lingxian's divine soul vision, he would not have noticed it. Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. His expression changed drastically before it turned into one of excitement. As a doctor and a super pill saint master, as well as an ancient pill master, he naturally recognized this Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence. This Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence was useless to ordinary pill masters, but to level 6 and above pill masters, it was a heaven-defying treasure. The name of this Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence explained its use. It gathered heavenly lightning and lightning tribulation to form a pill tribulation. As long as it was a 6th grade medicinal pill, 1/10 of the pill tribulation would descend. It would be a lie to say that such an existence was not heaven-defying. The drastic change in his expression attracted the attention of Qingping and Shenyuan Yingying. The elder in front also noticed the change in Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian could not calm himself down in time after seeing the Elixir Tribulation Thunder Essence. A sudden change betrayed him. This kind of thing had never happened before. However, this time, he was betrayed by a Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. This was the only time. This was also because of the Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence's heaven-defying nature. In the past, even if he obtained a divine artifact and obtained heaven-defying benefits, he would not be so shocked. However, now that such an expression had appeared, he couldn't hide it anymore. He wanted to obtain this Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, and not only that, he also wanted to obtain the other one. No matter the price, he had to obtain this Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. Do you know the origin of this item? The old man waited for a long time, but no one in the auction house knew what the item was. The old man's gaze was directed at Li Lingtian. When he spoke, he sounded polite, but his tone was domineering. He displayed the might of a martial saint to the extreme. If it was in front of other martial artists, no one would have such a feeling because they had already adapted to the arrogance of a high-level expert to a low-level martial artist. However, Li Lingtian was not used to this feeling. To dare to be so domineering in front of him, that was courting death. However, now was not the time to touch him. After obtaining the Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, he would slowly deal with him. I have a little bit of knowledge about this item. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a faint smile on his face. Others might not know what Li Lingtian was thinking, but Qingping could tell that his young master's smile was filled with killing intent. All the warriors were shocked when Li Lingtian mentioned it. They were surprised that a martial royal realm powerhouse would know about an item that even a martial saint powerhouse did not know about. I wonder if you can tell me what this is and its specific use. The old man's aura surged. It was obvious that he was threatening Li Lingtian with his shocking dignity. The warrior knew the origin of the item, so he naturally wanted to know what it was. However, he was worried that Li Lingtian was lying, so he used his powerful aura to force Li Lingtian to speak the truth. However, he had found the wrong person. The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more murderous he felt. He was certain that this warrior sage powerhouse was about to fall, and he wanted him to regret his bad luck. The crystal in Senior's hand is a Tribulation Lightning Essence. Li Lingtian did not reveal anything on his face, but he respectfully told her the origin of the Elixir Tribulation Thunder Essence. He didn't need to say anything more. These martial artists were all smart people, so they naturally broke it with one point. Even if he didn't know what the Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence was used for, he knew what it was used for just by hearing its name. Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. Could it be a crystal to attract the Pill Tribulation? I didn't expect such a powerful existence to exist in this world. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. The old man was even more shocked. However, his eyes revealed a trace of disappointment because this thing was no longer useful to him. Li Lingtian had been paying attention to the changes in the old man's expression, but he did not notice anything wrong with him. The more Li Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. This was because the old man was too good at hiding himself. If it was not for his divine soul's eye, he would not have noticed the old man's abnormality. At the same time, Li Lingtian felt a tinge of fear toward the old man. He could sense that the old man was not a simple person and should not be provoked so easily. In fact, his initial decision to kill the old man had gradually changed. Now, however, he decided to let it go. Because it was better to avoid trouble, and at this critical moment, no trouble could happen. Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. Could it be that when refining Tier 6 and above medicinal pills, the crystal stone that attracts Pill Tribulation? What makes you so sure that this is the Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence? The old man glared at Li Lingtian and waited for Li Lingtian's reply. If Li Lingtian were to spout nonsense, he might just kill him. Haha, didn't you say that as long as this item is recognized, it can be auctioned off at a certain price? I wonder if your words count. Li Lingtian's eyes flashed sharply as well. Even a clayman had some rustic air to it. It was always so domineering in front of him. Did it think that he was easy to bully? Instantly, his entire heart turned cold, and his aura erupted as he stared coldly at the old man. Not only did he not answer the old man's question, but he also asked the old man a question. It was obvious that he did not believe the old man. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall was extremely strange. All the martial artists felt a wave of oppression. Haha, are you doubting my promise? The old man also laughed loudly, but no one could tell that this old man was really laughing. It was a laugh of extreme anger. The two of them immediately began to fight each other. For a moment, two powerful pressures collided in the air. Li Lingtian's gaze turned even colder as he circulated his true essence and secretly activated several heaven-defying defenses. If his opponent dared to attack him, he would be able to use his treasures to block the elder's attack. At the same time, he cast a spell. As long as the old man made a move, Heavenly Demon King and Ming Luo would arrive immediately. Hehe, are you doubting my judgment? Li Lingtian stood up and unleashed his aura to the maximum. Two strange auras hovered in the air but did not collide. Both of them were wary. While speaking, Li Lingtian did not back down and asked the old man the same question. This kind of question was originally very normal, but at this moment, it became abnormal. This was because the aura and tone of the two people did not give in at all. They were fighting each other. Moreover, it was a martial emperor fighting a martial saint. No matter what, this aura was not good. Oh, you're doubting my promise. That's your fault. I doubt your words. It's only right. I can take it that you're deliberately looking for trouble, okay? The old man showed no intention of backing down when he saw Li Lingtian stand up. A martial emperor was confronting a martial saint like this. The old man felt that something was amiss. He believed that Li Lingtian was deliberately looking for trouble and that he had a powerful backer behind him. However, he was a martial saint and he had lost face in front of so many juniors. His tone sounded polite, but it was actually very sharp. Ha, laughable, extremely laughable. It's my fault for doubting your promise. It's only right that you doubt my judgment. Ridiculous. You said that this lord is deliberately looking for trouble. Where do you start from? Li Lingtian laughed out loud. He laughed maniacally and brazenly, completely ignoring the numerous powerhouses present and even the warrior sage. All of a sudden, all the powerhouses were dumbfounded. He didn't expect a martial emperor to dare to cause trouble in front of a martial saint. What kind of concept was this? Had this world gone crazy? Chapter 581, Step by Step. Chapter 581, Step by Step U, DAT, D by? XN, Vel. OMMH, is there a need to say that? I'm a martial saint, so I'll keep my word. You're just a martial emperor, so your words will naturally be doubted by others. The old man's face was filled with disdain as he glared coldly at Li Lingtian. If it were any other place, he would have torn Li Lingtian apart long ago. However, this was his auction house. He could not break his own rules or he would be the butt of others' accusations in the future. The reason was simple. The strong were respected. Whatever a martial saint said was true. No one believed the truth of a martial emperor. All the warriors looked at the old man with admiration. When they looked at Li Lingtian, they were filled with disdain because a martial emperor who went against a martial saint was a fool. However, when they saw the two girls beside Li Lingtian, they revealed greedy looks. Ha ha, ha ha. Is a martial saint that amazing? Does no one believe my words? Then I want to see if more people believe what I say or what you say. Do you dare to bet? Li Lingtian laughed out loud. The two girls beside him were smiling as well. They did not feel threatened at all. Instead, they found it amusing. This situation puzzled all the martial artists. However, everyone's faces were filled with curiosity after Li Lingtian said that. He did not know what this martial monarch powerhouse was thinking. He actually wanted to compete with a martial saint powerhouse in terms of popularity. This was simply courting death. Ignorant. I'm a martial saint. Why would one bet with a martial emperor like you? Do you think you are qualified? What right do you have to gamble with me? What treasure can you take out to gamble with me? The old man's disdain intensified. Li Lingtian's words were an insult to a martial saint like him. However, at this moment, he had to pretend to be high and mighty to show off the prestige of a martial saint. I will use a pill to bet on the pill tribulation lightning essence in your hand. Do you think this peerless grade great cyclic pellet can be used to bet on the pill tribulation thunder essence in your hand? Li Lingtian did not say anything. He reached out with one hand and opened the divine dragon ring. A jade bottle came out. The jade bottle was placed in his hand. He used his divine sense to open the lid of the jade bottle. A medicinal pill appeared in the air, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. However, there were countless patterns on the surface of the medicinal pill, and there were also many array formations sealed on it. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a magical and precious medicinal pill. With the appearance of the medicinal pill, the aura in the air became clear. All the martial artists could not help but look at the medicinal pill. A mysterious charm attracted everyone's gaze. Instantly, all the martial artists revealed greedy expressions. You want to exchange a medicinal pill for the pill tribulation lightning essence? Are you kidding me? A medicinal pill is like exchanging for the pill tribulation lightning essence. What a whimsical idea. Even if it's a tier 7 medicinal pill, it's impossible to exchange it for the pill tribulation lightning essence. He must be crazy. Although they saw the magic of the medicinal pill, most people did not recognize it. Moreover, there was a seal on the medicinal pill. No one knew the magic and power of this medicinal pill at all, nor did they know the grade and name of this medicinal pill. It was obviously impossible to exchange a medicinal pill for the pill tribulation lightning essence. Did this seat say to use this medicinal pill to exchange for the pill tribulation lightning essence? Li Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently with a smile on his lips. These so-called experts had followed his plan step by step. When he thought of this, he really felt sad for these experts. Didn't you say that you would use this medicinal pill to bet on the pill tribulation lightning essence? Can your medicinal pill be compared to the pill tribulation lightning essence? One of the warriors said. It was obvious that he was helping the old martial saint and wanted to curry favor with the martial saint. What you said earlier was right. This seat is using medicinal pills to gamble against the pill tribulation thunder essence. You are wrong at the end. Whether my medicinal pill can be compared to the pill tribulation thunder essence is not up to you to decide. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a calm expression on his face. He did not bother to argue with the warrior because there was no need to. However, he immediately looked at the old man with a bright light in his eyes. He did not treat the old man as a martial saint at all. Tell me what your pill is. Let's see if it's worth betting with me. The old man felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Tier 7 medicinal pill. Tier 7 great recovery pill. Grade 7 mutated great rejuvenating pill. A level 7 mutated peerless great recovery pill. A peerless great recovery pill that has experienced the pill tribulation. Li Lingtian looked at the rest of the warriors and the contemptuous smiles on their faces. When he looked at these martial artists, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. In this world, the one who had the last laugh was the winner. As he laughed, he spoke the name of the pill very slowly. He watched as the disdainful smiles of the cultivators gradually changed. From disdainful smiles to disdain, then to surprise, and finally to terror, until finally, they became horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The expression on the old man's face slowly changed. In the end, it turned into shock, followed by shock and excitement. A peerless great cyclic pellet, and a mutated one at that. You must be joking. A peerless great cyclic pellet is impossible in this world. Even if it's a mutated great cyclic pellet, it can't be a peerless pill. You say your medicinal pill is peerless, so is it peerless? You say it's mutated, so is it mutated? Countless warriors realized that Li Lingtian was obviously boasting. No one believed him at all because such a thing had been impossible in the divine martial continent for countless years. Even legends had never been heard of. Can we make a bet now? Li Lingtian ignored these warriors because facts speak louder than words. It was rare for him to argue with trash. A giant dragon could fight against ants. If it really is the peerless grade mutated great recovery pill you mentioned, I will use this pill Tribulation Thunder Essence to bet with you. I also want to prove whether this pill Tribulation Thunder Essence is real or not. I want to see if more people believe what you say or what the martial saint says. The old man felt that something was wrong. Others might not know, but he realized that the young man in front of him was leading them step by step. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. He really did not want to go back on his word in front of all the martial artists. At the same time, he had not lost this matter yet, so he could make a bet. All right then, I'll let you know where you went wrong. This pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, what I said is true. If I say he is a pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, then he is a pill Tribulation Lightning Essence. What I said is the truth. And I said that this pill is a peerless grade mutated great recovery pill. It is a peerless grade mutated great recovery pill. Because this is all I need. Watch carefully, ignorant and self-righteous experts. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face. This smile was the same as the one he had at the beginning. He was observing the changes in the warrior's expressions. This smile made the old man feel afraid because this young man's schemes were too terrifying. Following his words, all the martial artists' expressions changed, and their faces became furious. How could they not be angry after being lectured by a martial emperor? However, they followed Li Lingtian's finger from behind. Li Lingtian was pointing at a badge on his chest. It was a very small badge. If one did not pay attention, one would not know what badge it was and would think it was a family badge. Many warriors did not see the badge on Li Lingtian's chest, but a few martial emperor powerhouses did. The old man also saw it clearly. Immediately, the expressions of the martial emperors and the old man changed. The martial emperor's expressions were extremely ugly. Alchemy Saint Badge. Alchemy Saint Badge. You are a Saint Alchemist. It really is a Saint Alchemist badge. It's you, Alchemy Saint. So that's how it is. Why is it a Saint Alchemist? All of a sudden, when they heard the words of the few martial monarch realm experts and the old man, they all cried out in surprise, and the expressions on their faces changed. Li Lingtian looked at the warriors with a hint of disdain on his lips. This disdain was returned to the warriors who had looked down on him. Now, he was returning the favor. So it's you, Alchemy Saint. I'm sorry for my rudeness. The expression on the old man's face began to change. In the end, he forced himself to calm down. There was a trace of a smile on his face. No matter how one looked at it, this smile was so fake. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Why didn't he pay attention to this youth's badge? However, he still had to go against this alchemy saint. He was a martial saint and had a high status. However, in front of an alchemy saint, he did not dare to offend him. The three great saint alchemists of the Xian continent were existences that even the great emperor would not dare to offend. He had to be polite at all times. He was a martial saint, and in front of the great emperor, he was not even a dog. Ignorant and self-righteous experts, do you think anyone will believe what I say? Li Lingshan's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across everyone before he spoke indifferently. At this moment, the expressions of all the martial artists kept changing. At the beginning, they were still mocking this young man. They did not expect this young man to be a saint alchemist. They had never expected such a thing to happen. This slap was too f***ing loud. Moreover, he had to lower his head and endure it. What the f***ck was going on? I said before that this is the pill tribulation lightning essence. It is the pill tribulation lightning essence. TVE said before that this pill is a peerless mutated great cyclic pill. It is the peerless mutated great cyclic pill. Li Lingtian did not press the issue. Instead, his gaze fell on the pills. With a wave of his hands, he cast a series of spells. When the last spell landed, the seal on the pill completely disappeared. Immediately, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. A shocking medicinal power erupted, accompanied by waves of thunder. The pill automatically spun and flew. Moreover, it had its own spirituality. A fantastic scene appeared in the eyes of every warrior. This scene was an illusion of the warriors. Everyone had a different illusion. However, this illusion was real, making every martial artist intoxicated. Yes. Seal. Li Lingtian shouted softly. With a grab of his hand, he sealed the pill with a seal. After the medicinal pills were taken back, all the martial artists woke up. The expressions on their faces were shocked, but they were also shocked and excited. Chapter 582. Anger Attacks the Heart. 1. Chapter 582. Anger Attacks the Heart. 1. Novel. C. It really is a peerless grade mutated great recovery pill. The old man looked at Li Lingshan's pills with greed in his eyes. Sir, can you keep your word? Actually, I'm not worried that you won't keep your word. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. His face was calm and composed. He spoke to a martial saint as if he was speaking to a martial emperor. After this sentence, countless martial artists were moved. What did this mean? Could it be that the pill saint meant that he was not afraid of a martial saint going back on his word? However, even if he was a pill saint, wasn't he worried that he would be silenced by a martial saint in this place? I will naturally keep my word. However, I want to know why you aren't worried that I won't keep my word. The old man was stunned as he did not know what Li Lingtian meant. The pill tribulation thunder essence in his hands was extremely precious. The other party had a peerless grade mutated great cyclic pill that was rarely seen in trillions of years. It had heaven-defying benefits for him, a martial saint. Needless to say, he had already lost. Martial saint powerhouses were powerful and heaven-defying, but comparing popularity with a saint alchemist was self-torture. If he lost, not only would he lose face, but he would also lose the pill tribulation thunder essence. Moreover, he would not even be able to obtain that precious peerless grade mutated great cyclic pellet. How could he be willing to accept this? Hihi, Your Excellency. I think, sometimes, curiosity is not good for certain things. You don't need me to explain, right? I welcome everyone to find trouble with me. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile as he looked at the old man seriously. This old fellow was really courting death. He still didn't give up at this moment. If he continued to do this, he would kill him even if he had to take the risk. However, there were some things that did not need to be said clearly. This way, he could give the other party a way out. After he finished speaking, the smile on his face grew wider and wider, and his fingers made a strange gesture intentionally or unintentionally. Haha, Alchemy Saint Master is indeed Alchemy Saint Master. In this world, who can compare to you, Alchemy Saint? I'm willing to admit defeat. This pill tribulation thunder essence is suitable for you, Alchemy Saint. Consider it a gift from me to you. Swoosh. The old man pondered for a long time. The entire auction hall was silent. No one dared to make a sound. None of them dared to look at Li Lingtian. The young man who had mocked him at the start was actually a saint alchemist and a super saint alchemist because he had refined a peerless mutated great cyclic pellet. In front of this sacred alchemist, they had made a fool of themselves and were completely treated like clowns by the other party. They actually did not know about it. After a long time, the old man laughed loudly. He then kept the elixir tribulation thunder essence in his hand into a jade box and tossed it toward Li Lingtian. After giving the elixir calamity thunder essence to Li Lingtian, the jade box quickly arrived in front of Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian did not reach out to take it. The jade box mysteriously disappeared before his eyes. All the warriors were stunned by this situation because they knew that Li Lingtian had already taken the jade box with a mysterious treasure. "Thank you, sir." Li Lingtian laughed and sat down as well. He did not think much of it. He started chatting with the two girls beside him. Seeing this, the old man's expression froze, and so did the other martial artists. Everyone thought that Li Lingtian would return the favor by giving the elixir to the old man. However, they never expected that Li Lingtian was not like that at all. It was completely beyond common sense. Whatever others thought, he would not do it. Then, all the martial artists understood one thing. Experts had their own personalities and often did not play by the rules. It was even more so for this saint alchemist. If he did what they wanted, he would not be a saint alchemist. "Thank you, alchemy saint. Please continue. I'm missing an item. Please forgive me." The old man was furious in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. He originally wanted to throw out a brick to attract jade. Moreover, he wouldn't offend a sacred alchemist, so he could also obtain a medicinal pill. At the same time, he also returned a favor to the alchemy saint. Logically speaking, since he had given away such a precious treasure, the other party should return the favor and give him the pill. However, the other party did not have such intentions at all. At this moment, he also understood that this sacred pill master was not to be provoked. He could only thank them and then speak to the other martial artists. "This treasure was given to me by you, so I naturally won't let you suffer a loss." At that moment, Li Lingtian spoke. When Li Lingtian said that, all the warriors were shocked. They thought that Li Lingtian was about to give the elixir to the old man. The old man also thought so, and an excited smile appeared on his face. "Thank you, alchemy saint." The old man was thrilled to hear Li Lingtian's words. He would be able to break through to the first heaven if he could obtain the peerless grade mutated great rejuvenating pill. In his heart, he was secretly despising Li Lingtian. After playing tricks, he still gave away the pills. His face was seen through. However, Li Lingtian's next sentence left everyone dumbstruck. Even the elder was stunned and was on the verge of exploding. "This pill is a peerless grade mutated great recovery pill. You have already lost. Give me the pill tribulation lightning essence." Originally, the pill tribulation lightning essence was used for auction, but now that it's been taken away by this seat will auction this medicinal pill. It's of the same grade as the pill tribulation lightning essence. Li Lingtian said calmly with a righteous expression on his face. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and the jade bottle flew out of his hand towards Du Guzhon. Everyone knew that the jade bottle contained a peerless mutated great rejuvenating pill. However, it was not for the old man but for Li Lingtian. Helping Li Lingtian in the auction for nothing, and the auction house had to owe Li Lingtian a favor, was this not infuriating? Phut! At this moment, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and left the auction house. Before he left, he said something to Du Guzhon, but no one heard him. Seeing this situation, all the martial artists were stunned. This was what it meant to be powerful. He didn't even need to make a move and he was already able to injure a martial saint. What the F***ck was going on? They looked at Li Lingtian in fear. They dared not provoke this young man. Even if they were to go against a martial saint, they could not go against this young saint alchemist who was a martial emperor. "Your Excellency alchemy saint, what do you think the base price of the pill tribulation thunder essence is? This way, we can also raise the bid." Du Guzhon returned to the auction host's seat. At this time, his face was no longer as calm as before. However, as a martial emperor powerhouse who often hosted auctions, he quickly regained his calm. she asked Li Lingtian with a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was forcing a smile. The pill Tribulation Thunder Essence is a priceless treasure. However, this is only for alchemists of tier 6 and above. It's useless for ordinary martial artists. The starting price should be around 1 billion. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Since the other party was only asking for the price of the elixir Tribulation Thunder Essence, he would naturally not reveal the price of the elixir. Even if the other party asked for the price of the medicinal pill, he would not say it. Alright then. The base price for this peerless grade Great Cyclic Pellet is 1 billion. Each increment is 100 million. Du Guzhan waited for Li Lingtian to finish speaking before he announced the base price and the bid. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a glint of surprise flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he was shocked by this price, but the other party wanted a base price of 1 billion, so he had no choice. This was because if the pill could not be auctioned off, the other party could only take it back and pay the auction house some handling fees. After saying the price, all the martial artists in the auction house had greedy looks in their eyes, but there was also a look of fear. Although the medicinal pill was very good, so many things had happened because of this medicinal pill just now. It even involved a martial saint powerhouse. They all felt a trace of fear. However, this medicinal pill was truly rare in trillions of years. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Du Guzhan saw that the martial artists below did not dare to compete, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. After waiting for a long time, no one increased the bid. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, it seems that this medicinal pill is going to be unsold. I bid 1 billion spirit stones. Do you want to raise the price again? Du Guzhan's face revealed a smile. This was because he had obtained this pill so easily. If others didn't raise the price, even if he was the host of the auction, he could still raise the price. However, he couldn't raise the price maliciously. If he raised the price maliciously, he would be asking for a favor. Then he'll pay 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. Just as the warriors in the auction house were feeling sorry for Li Lingtian, Shenyuan Yingying, who was standing beside Li Lingtian, raised the bid to 2 billion. Li Lingtian was the one who secretly instructed them to do so. He didn't lack spirit stones, but he couldn't give up a peerless grade Great Cyclic Pellet so easily. Miss is with His Excellency Alchemy Saint. Could it be that she can also compete? Du Guzhan had never expected that the person beside Li Lingtian would bid and compete with him. Was this not intentional? Hehe, since you are the auctioneer, you are also bidding for it. This pill is a peerless grade mutated great rejuvenating pill. Apart from my big brother Ling Tian, no one else in the divine martial continent can refine it. Naturally, I want to obtain this pill. Shenyuan Yingying usually didn't communicate with outsiders. However, when she spoke, she carried the aura of a superior and had a charm that made people dare not look at her directly. Alright, I'll pay 3 billion low-grade spirit stones. Du Guzhan's expression froze. The other party's words were completely reasonable, and he had no way to refute them. At the same time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. He actually did not dare to look at such a little girl directly. It was as if he had encountered a heaven-defying mighty figure. For this medicinal pill, he had to go all out. His master had instructed him to obtain this peerless grade mutated great recovery pill no matter the price. Chapter 583, Auction of the Great Cyclic Pellet. Chapter 583, Auction of the Great Cyclic Pellet. Ex-novel. C. M 4 billion low-grade spirit stones. Shenyuan Yingying's small face was calm. She did not treat the spiritual stones as spiritual stones at all. It was as if they were stones on the roadside. After raising the price, she ignored Du Guzhan and spoke to Li Lingtian while Qing Ping chimed in. 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Du Guzhan's expression changed as a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the other party would not let it go so easily, so he did not pay attention for a moment. If he wanted to get the medicinal pill, he could only raise the price. If he did not raise the price, the medicinal pill would be taken back by the other party. I don't want to play anymore. 10 billion, final price. Shenyuan Yingying revealed a lazy expression, like a lazy cat that had just woken up. However, her price stunned all the martial artists in the auction hall. 10 billion? 10 billion. Top-grade mutated great cyclic pellet, 10 billion. 10 billion? This is too terrifying. There was a brief silence in the auction house. Soon after, all the martial artists exclaimed. One medicinal pill actually reached 10 billion. What kind of concept was this? No matter how miraculous a peerless pill was, it should not have increased the price to 10 billion. This was 10 billion, not low-grade spirit stones. Du Guzhon's expression twisted. Although the other party said that he would not increase the bid, it was 10 billion. He could not make a decision. 1 billion. After a moment, it was time to hit the gavel. He could only add 100 million, or he would make a mistake. As the host of an auction house, he naturally understood this point. The host could compete, but he could not compete maliciously. Similarly, he could not delay time. After 10 billion, adding 100 million didn't feel anything at all. However, all the martial artists were still surprised. After all, Du Guzhon was planning to use 1 billion to compete for this medicinal pill. In other words, this medicinal pill was worth 1 billion. Shenyuan Yingying and the rest did not raise the bid. The price of 1 billion was beyond Li Lingxian's expectations. Initially, Li Lingtian had asked Shenyuan Yingying to raise the bid to 5 billion as this pill was already heaven-defying. However, Shenyuan Yingying felt that it was fun, so she bid 10 billion. In any case, if the other party did not raise the price after shouting 10 billion, they would be the owners of the pill. Even if the pill was worth 10 billion, this price would still belong to them. The auction house would only get 1/10 of the processing fee. They would just have to pay another 1 billion yuan after collecting the pills. The fourth item had actually caused so much trouble. This time, all the martial artists were surprised. It was originally a good auction, but they did not expect such a thing to actually happen. The pill Tribulation Thunder Essence and the peerless grade Great Cyclic Pellet had appeared, provoking a martial saint and a super pill saint. It was even auctioned at a shocking price. This was something that no one had expected. When the fourth item came to an end, Li Lingtian took out the peerless grade mutated Great Rejuvenating Pill, but he received 9 billion 10 million spiritual stones. Furthermore, he had won the pill Tribulation Thunder Essence. In other words, he had lost a piece of pill Tribulation Thunder Essence and 9 billion spirit stones. This wealth was almost the income of the auction house for decades. Not only did he lose his wealth, but he also lost his face. All the martial artists understood the reason for all of this. That was that the martial artists were blind and provoked a saint alchemist who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This also gave them a bloody lesson. They didn't dare to easily deal with any low-level martial artist. Perhaps a low-level martial artist was a hidden expert or a super background figure. The fifth item, start now. The fifth item is a low-grade saint artifact. Du Guzhon was no longer in the mood to host the auction. However, when the other warriors heard that the fifth item was a saint artifact, they all became excited. He concealed the negative emotions he had just brought and placed all his emotions on the holy artifact. What was a saint artifact? Saint weapons were heaven-defying treasures. Even low-grade saint weapons could ignore peerless heaven weapons. Between experts of the same cultivation level, one used a peerless heaven artifact while the other used a low-grade saint artifact. The person who used the low-grade saint artifact would definitely kill the person who used the heaven artifact. A saint artifact that could only be found by chance and not sought after had actually appeared in the auction house. How could this not shock and delight people? Instantly, all the martial venerables and martial emperors were extremely excited. The martial emperors could only watch the show. Low-grade saint weapon, Heavenly Thunder Mirror. I don't need to say much about its power. The base price is 1 billion, and each increment is 100 million. Du Guzhon took out a light purple mirror. On the surface of the mirror, there were traces of thunder. A shocking pressure burst out, causing countless martial emperors to hurriedly use their cultivation techniques to resist the shocking pressure. Fortunately, the treasure's own pressure was powerful, but no one was controlling it. Otherwise, a martial royal realm expert would be crushed to death in front of this pressure. Seeing such a heaven-defying treasure, the competition was extremely intense. In the end, this treasure was obtained by an 8th-level martial emperor at 8 billion. Although the price was not as high as the recover pill, the competition was fierce. After all, these powerhouses were not like Li Lingtian or the martial saint powerhouses behind Du Guzhon. After the 5th item was auctioned, it was time for free trading. After Du Guzhon made his announcement, he left the auction hall. The other martial artists also entered another hall. The interior of the hall was well decorated, and it was specially for martial artists to freely trade. Some martial emperors and martial supremacies came for free trade. At the trading place, Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping were extremely excited. This place was like a wet market, completely different from a market for martial artists. Yingying, Qingping. Buy whatever you see that's pretty or you like. Also, bring some gifts back for your sister and the others. Li Lingtian glanced at the two girls beside him and smiled. Shenyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's arm naturally while Qingping held his hand shyly. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian. Yes. Then I'll buy it along the way. Anyway, I earned that 9 billion. Qingping nodded, but Shenyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was naturally very happy to buy things. Besides, she already thought that she had earned those spirit stones. Then, the three of them strolled around the trading center and bought some strange items. They didn't know what they were used for, but they just thought they looked good. Countless warriors saw Li Lingtian and the other two and could tell that the two girls were here to buy something. They all introduced their items to Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping, and they all took out some strange or beautiful items. After walking for an hour, the three of them walked around. Although he bought a lot of things, he didn't use many spirit stones. In total, he only used 200 million spirit stones. However, Li Lingtian spent 2 billion spiritual stones to purchase some precious herbs and materials. After strolling around enough, the three of them returned to the auction house first and sat down in their seats to talk. Big brother Lingtian, do you think that pill tribulation lightning essence is really that useful? Shenyuan Yingying had been with Li Lingtian for a long time. Naturally, she understood Li Lingshan's intentions. He was scheming against the pill tribulation thunder essence in every possible way. Naturally, it was heaven-defying. With Li Lingshan's identity and wealth, there was no need for such a thing. He would only scheme in such a manner if he really needed it. This also meant that the elixir tribulation thunder essence was very precious. It was so precious that even Li Lingtian had his eyes on it. Yes, to other warriors, this pill tribulation thunder essence is useless. However, for alchemists above tier 6, it's indeed a heaven-defying treasure. It has a 10% chance of attracting a pill tribulation. In this case, there's also a 10% chance of causing the pill to mutate. A mutated medicinal pill is completely different from a medicinal pill of the same rank. Even a tier 6 mutated medicinal pill is more powerful and magical than a tier 7 ordinary medicinal pill. Li Lingtian did not have any qualms. Since he had already offended someone, there was no need to hide it. He also understood that he had offended that martial saint this time. Moreover, it was a deep hatred. It would be very difficult to resolve it. So it's that good. I didn't expect that even though so many people don't know, young master would know. Qingping was shocked when she heard Li Lingtian mention the power of the elixir tribulation thunder essence. After some time, he understood the power of a mutated pill. Only the warrior who used the pill would know how powerful the pill refined by a heaven-defying divine alchemist like Li Lingtian with a pill tribulation thunder essence was. I can refine more mutated supreme-grade medicinal pills in the future. Li Lingtian chuckled. He was not the least bit worried that the old man would plot against him. If it was in the open, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, in this world, in front of true strength, all schemes and plots were like paper. They could be broken with a single poke. However, Li Lingtian had already sent a mysterious voice transmission at that moment. He instructed Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King to wait at the nearest peak so that they could be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With his current cultivation, it would definitely be disadvantageous if he was targeted by a martial saint. If he was at the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, he would not be afraid of a first heaven of the martial saint realm. As time passed, some martial artists had already begun to return. Most of the martial artists had ugly expressions on their faces, but some martial artists had happy expressions on their faces. This was because to come to this place, not only did one need to pay an entrance fee, but one also needed to be introduced by an acquaintance. He came here once for free trade. He wanted to get what he wanted at a free trade place. If he got it, he wouldn't have come in vain. If he didn't get it, he would definitely be disappointed. An hour later, all the martial artists had returned. At this moment, Du Guzhon also came out. His expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest change. However, Li Lingtian noticed that Du Guzhon was glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally when he came out. Li Lingtian could feel it even without using his eyes. Even though his cultivation had fallen, his divine sense was now even stronger. Even the second or third sky of the martial saint realm might not be able to compare to the consciousness of a martial royal realm expert. This was also because the soul was powerful. After Du Guzhon came out, the entire auction hall quieted down. Because there were still 5 more items to be auctioned, the later the items were, the more precious they were. Although most martial artists couldn't afford them, they still wanted to see them. Chapter 584, 100 billion. Chapter 584, 100 billion? X novel. C. M. The pill formula for the 6th item to be auctioned. This pill formula is a grade 7 dark cloud pill. The base price is 1 billion, and each increment is 100 million. Du Guzhon took out a jade slip and spoke unhurriedly. Although all the cultivators were surprised, they were not moved at all. After all, a pill formula was still a pill formula. Only super saint alchemists could use it. Even if they had spirit stones, they would not buy a jade slip pill formula. All the warriors turned to look at Li Lingtian because he was the only holy alchemist here. However, Li Lingtian did not seem to mind at all. Instead, he was talking to the 2 girls. Li Lingtian did not say anything and the pill formula naturally went unsold. Next was the 7th item. The 7th item was a middle-grade saint artifact. The price of a saint intermediate tier artifact was more than double that of a saint inferior tier artifact. It had actually reached 20 billion. The 8th item was also a saint intermediate tier artifact. However, this saint intermediate tier artifact did not have any attributes. Such a treasure was naturally countless times more powerful than a single attribute treasure, and there were many more experts competing for it. However, Li Lingtian was not tempted at all. The 9th item is a precious material. I believe everyone knows about the spirit-chilling ice. Du Guzhon's expression also became horrified. When he heard about the spirit-cold ice, he felt as if he had been struck by the spirit-cold ice. At the same time, countless warriors in the auction house also revealed terrified expressions. Spirit-cold ice. Isn't that one of the most mysterious ice in the world? That's right. Even a martial saint would die if he touched this spirit-freezing ice. There really is such terrifying ice. Most of the martial artists knew how terrifying the spiritual chilling ice was, but no one had ever seen it before. Not to mention them, even in the divine martial continent, no one had ever seen this before. After all, this was the legendary ice. This ice wasn't a weapon treasure, but it was even more powerful and terrifying than a weapon treasure. Li Lingtian had experienced it himself. He had the ice soul martial soul and the flaming sacred body. Having seen countless ice and flames, he naturally knew how terrifying the spirit-freezing ice was. Otherwise, the 9 heavens of ice and fire wouldn't be so freakish and terrifying. It's the spirit-chilling ice. This spiritual frost ice came from the distant frozen snow region. The martial saint who obtained this spiritual frost ice was also harmed by it. Although the spiritual frost ice is terrifying, once it is refined, Its power will be enough to make even a martial saint feel fear. The base price of the spirit-chilling ice is 2 billion. Each increment is 2 million. Du Guzhon spoke slowly, and finally told him the base price and the bid. Immediately, the experts who were competing for the first place increased their bids fiercely. The intensity of the bidding was even more intense than the bidding for Saint Intermediate tier artifacts. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. In less than a moment, the price had already reached 30 billion. This price had already reached the limit of a martial emperor powerhouse. The people who competed went from the original supreme martial emperor to the martial emperor. In the end, they became super powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm. After reaching 30 billion, countless martial emperor powerhouses could only let go because not many people could afford 30 billion. Moreover, there were not many powerhouses who cultivated ice-type martial souls. At the very least, fire element experts would not compete for ice element treasures. In the end, there were only 7 9th-level martial emperors and 3 8th-level martial emperors competing for the spirit freezing ice. 10 super martial emperors were competing for one piece of spirit freezing ice. Li Lingtian looked at the jade box in front of Du Guzhon and felt a trace of cold air. This trace of cold air was also a part of the seal that had been left out. Just this trace of spiritual coldness alone was enough to terrify countless martial emperors and martial supremes. Li Lingtian was excited when he saw the spirit-chilling ice. However, no one was aware of Li Lingtian's excitement because a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian would have both wood and fire elements even if he had 2 martial souls. That was the only way he could become a saint alchemist master. 60 billion low-grade spirit stones. Li Lingtian looked at the situation and did not want to wait any longer. He immediately called out a bid of 60 billion. When this 60 billion was shouted out, it immediately stunned all the martial artists. After all, it had doubled in an instant, and it was the bid of a sacred alchemist. However, for the sake of the spirit-chilling ice, the other 3 level 8 and 4 level 9 martial emperors had given up. However, there were still 3 level 9 martial emperors who were still competing for it. After all, this was the spirit-freezing ice. Controlling the spirit-freezing ice would allow one's strength to soar. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. 100 billion. Since the 3 9th-level martial emperors did not give up, Li Lingtian did not waste any time and immediately raised the bid to 100 billion. This 100 billion was already an astronomical figure. What was 100 billion? It was just like how the super-rich in his previous life had to spend all their assets in front of 100 billion. It was the same for these martial emperor experts. Although there were super families or commanderies behind them, 100 billion was enough to knock them out. To Li Lingtian, 100 billion was insignificant. 100 billion. 100 billion. 100 billion. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is indeed domineering. Only a saint alchemist can have such a method. Who else can be stronger than you, Alchemy Saint? Shock, shock, and shock. All the martial artists in the auction hall stood up. 100 billion was something that even martial emperors and martial supremes had never seen before. This number was definitely the strongest he had ever seen in his life. The 3 9th-level martial monarch realm powerhouses were numb. They couldn't afford 100 billion at all. Even if they sold their backers, they wouldn't have 100 billion. They shook their heads speechlessly when they saw Li Lingtian's relaxed expression. The spirit-chilling ice was heaven-defying, but the price was too heaven-defying. 100 billion spirit stones, anyone else? 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going once. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going twice. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to number 320 for obtaining the spiritual ice. Du Guzhon looked at the shocked faces of all the martial artists and then looked at the 3 martial monarch realm experts. He knew that no one would raise the price anymore. After a while, he asked the other martial artists. The final 3 times, the hammer struck down. The final winner of this spirit-chilling ice was an alchemy saint. However, All the warriors were curious. They didn't know what use this spirit cold ice had. Could it be used for alchemy? Dugu Zhon instructed a servant to bring a jade box on a brocade tray to Li Lingtian and the other two. Sir, this is the spirit-chilling ice that you auctioned off. Please take a look and accept it. The maid presented the jade box to Li Lingtian and bowed. Li Lingtian did not say anything either. He closed his eyes slightly and moved his divine perception slightly. He slowly approached the jade box of the spirit-freezing ice with his divine perception and began to sense the spirit-freezing ice. Gradually, Li Lingtian's expression changed. After a full 5 minutes, Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. All the warriors were staring at Li Lingtian without any impatience. They were waiting for Li Lingtian to examine the spirit-chilling ice. One had to know that this spirit-freezing ice was bought by someone else for 100 billion. Naturally, he had to know if it was true or not. That's right, it's spirit-cold ice. It's spirit-cold ice that's over 1 million years old. Li Lingtian nodded. With a tap of his hand, he cast a series of magic arts. Instantly, countless seals appeared and sealed the jade box. He stretched out his hand, and the space fluctuated slightly. The jade box disappeared. Finally, Li Lingtian took out a storage pouch and quickly counted the 100 billion lower spiritual stones before handing the storage pouch to the maid. The maid was also a martial king, and her divine sense was not weak either. She quickly counted the items in the storage bag. After 2 minutes, she finally nodded respectfully. 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. Not bad. Thank you, Pill Saint. The maidservant held the storage pouch and spoke. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but all the warriors could hear her clearly. This way, both sides felt at ease. Even ghosts would be afraid to receive the money personally. Therefore, when the spirit stones were traded, the quantity had to be counted well. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say if there was a small amount. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with the 100 billion yuan he spent on the spirit-chilling ice. However, he was overjoyed because this spirit-freezing ice was over 1 million years old and was considered the best in the ice domain. Even in the legendary icebound snow region, this spirit-freezing ice was probably the best. Moreover, others didn't know that this spirit-freezing ice wasn't limited to this. This spirit-freezing ice was Ling Han's ice heart. Now, let's begin the auction for the 10th item. The 10th item is a Supreme Saint weapon. Supreme Saint weapon Butterfly Shadow. After Dugu Zhon put away the spirit stones, he began to auction the 10th item. The 10th item was a peerless saint artifact, the Butterfly Shadow. It was a treasure used by girls. The Butterfly Shadow came and went without a trace, killing people within 100 miles without a trace. Dugu Zhon explained the Butterfly Shadow's power to Li Lingtian and he was extremely satisfied. He already had the 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles. This 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles had also just been controlled by his wife. It was an existence that was like a divine artifact. Similarly, killing people within 100 miles was invisible, and breaking through a martial artist's defense was even more invincible. He had already given this set of 9 heavens 10 earths divine needles to his wife. In his opinion, it was better for girls to use these treasures. As a man, he disdained using such small treasures. Big brother Ling Tian, I saw that big sister Maier has the 9 heavens 10 earthly divine needles. This set of treasures is perfect for big sister Yu Yang. Why don't you buy it for big sister Yu Yang? Shenyuan Yingying whispered softly into Li Lingtian's ear. Her breath was like orchids, tickling Li Lingtian. Not bad, this is a good idea. Yu Yang just happens to have the metal element, so this treasure is the best. Upon hearing Shenyuan Yingying's words, Li Lingtian was reminded of Huangfu Yuyan. This treasure was also a metal-type treasure that could be used to attack and kill. It was perfect for Huangfu Yuyan. Anyway, he didn't lack spirit stones. Even if he didn't have spirit stones, he had to find a way to get this Butterfly Shadow. Chapter 585, Supreme Saint Weapon Butterfly Shadow. Chapter 585, Supreme Saint Weapon Butterfly Shadow. Novel. C. M. Then I'll compete then. Oh right, Qingping, let's see who can compete for it. If you lose, you have to promise the other party one thing. Shenyuan Yingying looked at Qingping, who was standing on Li Lingshan's other side, and spoke in a coquettish voice. Li Lingtian was speechless. So this little girl still wanted to play. On the surface, she said that she was helping Yuyan buy treasures, but she wanted to satisfy herself first. She was really speechless at this girl. Butterfly shadow is a kind of hidden weapon. It is a treasure that can break the defense of experts and assassinate them. The starting price is 10 billion, and each increase is 1 billion. After Du Guzhon showed the butterfly shadow, everyone saw it. This butterfly shadow was no different from a girl's jewelry. There were 36 butterflies, and the butterflies were lifelike and exquisite. However, it emitted a magical aura that gave people a feeling of death. The 36 butterflies were all connected. It was obvious that they were a set of treasures. Countless martial artists were extremely excited, but even more were disappointed. Although the treasure was good, this treasure was too much. In this auction house, 90% of the martial artists could not even take out the base price, let alone increase the bid to compete. 11 billion low-grade spirit stones. Shenyuan Yingying was the first to speak. Since the two of them had made a bet, she naturally had to speak first. However, after she opened her mouth, many people who wanted to join in the fun did not dare to open their mouths, lest they provoke the sacred alchemy master. 12 billion. However, there were still super experts who came to compete. The people who competed were the few super martial sovereigns who had failed in the competition for the spiritual chilling ice. However, there was hope for them to compete for this peerless saint weapon, the butterfly shadow. Since Li Lingtian had already offered 100 billion, no matter how wealthy he was, he could not possibly compete for this peerless sacred artifact. 13 billion. Unexpectedly, Qingping did not back down after the martial emperor raised the bid. She directly raised the bid. For a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was strange. The two girls were competing, but there was no disharmony at all. Immediately, all the martial artists knew that the two girls were having fun. 14 billion. 15 billion. 16 billion. The price soared rapidly. Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping also had a pattern. When the other experts competed for a round, the two of them increased the price one after another. With the other experts joining in, there were only 8 people competing in the auction house. Li Lingshan's side occupied 2 people. The atmosphere was strangely stifling. The competition between the 8 of them was like a huge battlefield. Moreover, the 2 girls had the upper hand in this battlefield. In front of them, spirit stones were no longer spirit stones. They were just numbers. Indeed, Li Lingshan's spiritual stones were a figure. With 4 trillion spiritual stones, there was no need to worry about such a small amount of competition. 93 billion. In the end, the price stopped at 93 billion. This voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Naturally, Shenyuan Yingying was the one who shouted. When the bid reached 93 billion, no one else made a sound. As time passed, Shenyuan Yingying's small face revealed a proud expression. She pouted at Qingping as if she was declaring victory. Qingping, you have to promise me one thing. Shenyuan Yingying said happily, looking very proud. However, when the other martial artists heard her words, they almost spat out blood. The 2 little girls made a bet and actually opened the battlefield to the auction house. They used the spirit stones of the Saint Alchemist to suppress all the competitors. What kind of world was this? How could 2 girls not count spirit stones? 93 billion spirit stones, going once. Anyone else? 93 billion going twice. 93 billion going thrice. Congratulations to number 320 for obtaining the peerless saint artifact, Shadow Butterfly. Du Guzhon's expression changed as well. Li Lingtian had already taken out nearly 200 billion spiritual stones. This amount of wealth was truly terrifying. The last item landed in Li Lingshan's hands. The maid then brought Butterfly Shadow to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian inspected it once to confirm that the treasure's level and power were genuine. He then handed the 93 billion lower spiritual stones to the maid. Today's auction could be considered to have ended successfully. Although there were unforeseen circumstances along the way, it did not affect the mood of these martial artists. Moreover, they had seen a saint alchemist and a martial saint, as well as a peerless grade mutated great cyclic pill. There was also a shocking price. Today's auction ends here. Welcome back next time. After Dugu Zhon kept the spirit stones, he also announced the end of today's auction. All the warriors began to leave the auction house. Li Lingtian left with Qingping and Shenyuan Yingying. However, when he left, he had his divine sense cover the surroundings. As long as there was any threat, he would react. After all, his current cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. If his cultivation had recovered to the 3rd sky of the Martial Emperor realm, he would not have to fear a 1st sky of the Martial Saint realm. However, Tonight's harvest was not bad. After all, he had obtained the Pill Tribulation Thunder Essence, the Spirit Cold Ice, and a Peerless Saint weapon. Although he had spent a lot of spirit stones, it was worth it. After a short while, Li Lingtian left the auction house with Shenyuan Yingying and her daughter. The Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo came to Li Lingshan's side immediately and protected him from the front and back. The two of them had concealed their cultivation, so no one knew their true cultivation. They only thought that they were powerhouses at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. A 3rd or 4th heaven Martial Monarch realm expert was considered a pretty good powerhouse in this place. However, it was nothing compared to a powerhouse above the 4th heaven. Yingying, I heard that the unmatched sea is not bad. It's filled with stars at night. You can enjoy the peaceful beauty of the starry sky. Do you want to go and take a look? After Li Lingtian left the auction house, he did not intend to head back immediately. Instead, he asked Shenyuan Yingying if she wanted to go stargazing. This left some powerhouses speechless. Of course, it's great to follow big brother Lingtian to look at the stars. Shenyuan Yingying was taken aback. She immediately understood what Li Lingtian was trying to do and quickly cooperated. However, it was not a bad idea to watch the stars alone with Li Lingtian. Although Qingping and the Heavenly Demon King were around, it didn't affect her being with brother Lingtian. Alright, let's go to the unmatched sea to admire the starry sky. It's been a long time since we've done this. The night sky of the Peerless Sea is the most tranquil, and the starry sky is also the most beautiful. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he pulled Shenyuan Yingying and Qingping along. Their bodies flashed and they flew in the air. They were like a perfect couple. The Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were less than 100 meters apart on both sides. This way, they could protect Li Lingtian and the other two at the first opportunity and not interrupt their romantic moment. Not long after the three of them flew, bursts of explosions came from behind them. Needless to say, there were experts fighting. In such an underground auction, even if one obtained a treasure, it would be very dangerous. After all, such an auction house was not in the city. There were no restrictions and it would not be subject to the rules of the city. Furthermore, there was more than one battle behind him. Li Lingtian was no longer in the mood to care about these battles. Right now, he was completely admiring the night sky. With a beautiful girl accompanying him, he was in a great mood. He did not need to pay attention to the situation around him at all. With two martial saints protecting him, he naturally did not need to worry. The unmatched sea was an entrance to the sea area thousands of miles away from Nanda County City. It was also the edge of the sea area. The scenery was wonderful. Countless geniuses and geniuses liked to go there to enjoy the scenery and recite poems. However, the sea breeze was strong at night. No one would go to that place to enjoy the scenery. However, for Li Lingtian, the place was a good environment. Since he wanted to die, he would die on the side so as not to affect others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The night breeze was slightly chilly, but the two girls' cultivation was not bad. Even if Yingying's cultivation had not broken through, she was still equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. It was nothing to resist the cool night wind. However, the two girls were snuggling up to Li Lingtian. This was Qu Jiang's happiest moment. In the past, She had always fantasized about following Li Lingtian. It would be worth it to be a maidservant by his side forever. She never expected that Li Lingtian would accept her one day. She did not expect Li Lingtian to pull her along and give her a chance. She also understood that these young misses were deliberately giving her a chance. She was extremely grateful to Huangfu Yuyan and the others. If the young ladies did not agree, she would be alone for the rest of her life because she would not be separated from the young ladies. This was loyalty. Now that young master could let her stay by his side, even if he didn't accept her, he would be satisfied. A distance of 1,000 miles was only half an hour for a warrior to fly. Qing Ping had always wanted to fly like this, but she realized that the distance of 1,000 miles was very short. Looking at the boundless sea and the roaring waves, the three of them were extremely excited. There was also the dazzling starry sky, which was filled with twinkling stars. What a beautiful starry sky! Shenyuan Yingying and Qing Ping were extremely happy. Even though they knew that there were more experts coming, it couldn't affect their mood because there were two super experts by their side. Following that, Shenyuan Yingying hooked her arm around Li Lingshan's arm and Qingping tried to do the same. They were overjoyed when they realized that Li Lingtian did not object. The two beauties held each other's arms and looked at the stars in the starry sky. Their moods were extremely good. After some time, a faint smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as more than 10 figures flashed over in the pitch-black night sky. The old man who was the leader of the auction house, Du Guzhon, and the rest were all martial emperor powerhouses. There were a total of 13 martial emperor powerhouses and 1 martial saint powerhouse. It was indeed a waste of talent to use such a lineup to deal with a martial emperor saint alchemist. However, the old man was unwilling to underestimate Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was a holy alchemist, so he must have some experts by his side. They had decided to bring out their strongest lineup to kill Li Lingtian and obtain his elixirs and wealth, as well as the 2 beautiful girls by his side. Chapter 586, The Domineering Heavenly Demon King. Chapter 586, The Domineering Heavenly Demon King? Novel. See, Big Brother Lingtian, Yingying is so scared. Shenyuan Yingying's little face revealed a trace of fear as she looked at the dozen or so powerhouses. She snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Qing Ping was just like Shenyuan Yingying, looking extremely pitiful. However, Li Lingtian was amused. It would be a waste if he did not become a best actress with his acting talent. The 2 girls knew that there were 2 supreme martial saint powerhouses by their side, yet they had to cooperate with Li Lingtian to put on such a realistic act. Just thinking about it made them laugh. Don't be afraid. With Big Brother Lingtian here, they won't dare to do anything to you. Li Lingtian gently patted Shenyuan Yingying's back as if he was comforting her. However, his eyes did not look at the old man, Du Guzhon, and the others. This was indeed a strange sight. Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo had strange expressions on their faces. It was as if they were holding back something. Young Master, Qingping is also very afraid. Qingping mustered her courage and said. She wanted Li Lingtian to comfort her in this way, but she regretted it after saying it. She had gone too far. If he angered young Master, he would never be able to get young Master's love in the future. Okay, don't be afraid. Be good. Naturally, Li Lingtian understood Qingping's intention, but he did not say it out loud. For a beautiful girl, he naturally had the responsibility to take care of her. How could he let go of such a good thing? As he spoke, he also patted Qingping's back. However, when his palm landed, it was indeed like caressing, causing Qingping to almost moan. Alchemy Saint, hand over your wealth and pills, and I can give you a quick death. Since I have already provoked you, naturally there will be hatred. I have no choice but to help you take care of the 2 little girls beside you. The old man looked at the 2 girls beside Li Lingtian and did not feel anything amiss. When they arrived at the place, they had already scanned the surrounding area. There were no powerhouses around except for the 2 guards by Li Lingshan's side who were martial emperor powerhouses. However, they were of no use. It was normal for a saint alchemist to have two martial emperors by his side because no one would provoke a saint alchemist. At this moment, the old man no longer needed to hide anything. Instead, he directly revealed his purpose. "Hehe, you really came. Aren't you worried that I'll find trouble with you in the future?" Li Lingtian chuckled with an arrogant look on his face as he glared at the old man. This caused the old man to be startled. He then understood that the other party was obviously pretending to be calm. "Could it be that you want to leave tonight, alchemy saint? As long as you die, no one will know that I did it. Even if they do, it won't be a big deal," the old man said with a smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the auction house, he had to be careful. However, in this place, it was dark and windy. There was no need to worry about anything. "You don't regret it? Do you think that there are no experts around me?" Li Lingtian looked at the elderly man and the others and asked with certainty. Even so, there wasn't a hint of panic on her face. "Regret? Experts? Just the two of them?" The disdain on the old man's face became even stronger. He glanced at Demon King Tian and Martial Saint Ming Luo again. They were still third or fourth heaven martial emperors. "Yingying, are you still afraid? Qingping, what about you?" Li Lingtian ignored the old man and asked Shenyuan Yingying who was beside him. When he saw Shenyuan Yingying nod, he turned to Qingping and asked, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know whether you live or die. Originally, I didn't plan to find trouble with you. I specially came to this place to give you a chance. Do you really think that I'm going to this place after I get the treasure? Do you really want to die? If you don't know how to cherish it, you can only die." Li Lingtian said lightly with a helpless expression. Heaven's sins can be survived, but people's sins cannot be survived. After saying that, he pulled Qingping and Shenyuan Yingying and landed on the ground, walking slowly towards the back. As if they were making space for their subordinates, the old man, Du Guzhon, and the rest did not stop Li Lingtian. Since Li Lingtian had not escaped, they did not need to stop him. It was normal for them to kill Li Lingtian after they had killed the two guards. However, when Li Lingshan's group of 3 was 100 meters away, they stood still and did not plan to leave. At this moment, Heavenly Demon King took a step forward while Martial Saint Ming Luo took a step back. The two of them formed a corner. "Hehe, a bunch of ignorant trash. I haven't fought for a long time. Today, I'll play with you guys. You can mess with anyone, but you mess with people you shouldn't mess with." The Heavenly Demon King smiled darkly. A bloodthirsty smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He was as terrifying as a bloodthirsty Demon King. This scene made the old man and the martial emperor powerhouse behind him realize something. However, he did not know what ability this tall and big guy had to be so arrogant at this time. "I won't let you die so quickly. I'll slowly torture you to death. I will make you regret being born into this world." The old man was completely furious. He had never thought that the two guards would still be so arrogant. He thought back to the humiliation he had suffered at the auction house. He would never be able to raise his head again. A martial saint was humiliated by a martial emperor in front of thousands of experts. He would never forget this humiliation. "Young master, what about them?" Martial Saint Ming Luo looked at Li Lingtian and the other two in the distance and asked respectfully. Even though they did not need Li Lingshan's help, these people had provoked Li Lingtian. Even if they wanted to kill these warriors, they still needed Li Lingshan's advice. If Li Lingtian wanted them to die immediately, they would kill them immediately. If they wanted to torture them, they would restrain them. "I'm a little tired. I'm going back to rest. Do as you see fit." Li Lingtian looked at the dozen powerhouses impatiently and spoke indifferently as if they were interrupting their fun. "This subordinate will obey. Sky Yao, let's see if you can kill them in a minute. I'll hold the fort for you. If you can't kill them in a minute, you'll lose." Martial Saint Ming Luo nodded respectfully upon hearing Li Lingshan's instructions. She then turned around and spoke to the Heavenly Monster King. The two of them did not take these so-called experts seriously at all. Instead, they began to bet. After saying that, They spread out their divine senses and enveloped the entire battlefield under their divine senses. What a minute! I'll definitely beat them up until their mothers don't even recognize them. Heavenly Demon King revealed an excited expression as he circulated his demonic powers. Immediately, a shocking demonic power pressure erupted. The world was enveloped by this destructive pressure. The pressure shook the space until it shattered inch by inch. Its aura was shocking. Martial Saint Expert. Peak of the second sky of the Martial Saint realm. The old man and all the Martial Monarch realm experts cried out in alarm. They looked extremely frightened as if they had seen a ghost. More than 10 Martial Monarch realm experts were suppressed by this pressure and could not move at all. Only the old man could move, but his cultivation had been greatly reduced, not even to 20% of what it was before. He could tell that the Heaven Demon Monarch's cultivation level had reached the peak second firmament. He was immediately shocked. He didn't expect that one of the two people beside the Saint Alchemist was at the peak of the second sky of the Martial Saint realm. Compared to him, the peak of the second sky of the Martial Saint realm was a completely different world. Moreover, since they were two guards, their tone and cultivation realm were definitely not much different. In that case, the other one was also a super Martial Saint. No wonder the Alchemy Saint was so fearless. Die! Sky Demon Monarch emitted a violent aura. With his tall body and shocking pressure and aura, he looked like a demon. He stretched out his hand, and a massive heaven-shocking hammer appeared in his hand. He waved the high-quality Saint weapon in the air and smashed it down. Boom! The space trembled and tore apart. The shocking destructive power bombarded the ground, and the space shattered inch by inch. Phut! Phut! The power of the hammer destroyed more than 10 Martial Emperor powerhouses. Even a 9th-level Martial Monarch realm expert was destroyed by this strike. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this hammer was. Deng deng deng! The old man was forced to retreat several dozen steps before coming to a stop. His expression changed drastically. The second sky of the Martial Saint realm was not something he could imagine. The current him was already dead in his heart. He never thought that he would kick an iron plate. Now that more than a dozen of his subordinates had been killed by the other party's pressure and one strike, he did not have much chance left. Once an expert made a move, he would know if there was one. Sir Alchemy Saint, please spare my life. I know my mistake. As long as you spare my life, I can contribute all my wealth to you, as well as that pill tribulation lightning essence. The old man did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Li Lingshan's terror was beyond his imagination. Judging from the burly man, he was at the peak of the second firmament of the Martial Saint realm. However, he was able to attack Li Lingtian with unparalleled strength. This showed how powerful Li Lingtian was. If it was only this big guy, he still had hope of escaping. However, on the other side, there was an expert who had yet to display his strength. He did not have the courage to do so at all. Die! Do you think that a martial emperor can only rely on us? Although our young master is a martial emperor now, if he were to make a move, he would still kill you instantly. My young master doesn't want that little bit of wealth of yours. Die! Heaven Demon King shouted as he struck out with the heaven-shocking hammer. The destructive power of the demons and the advantage of being at the peak second firmament constantly bombarded the elder. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, the old man continuously retreated, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He finally understood how terrifying Li Lingtian was. Not only was this alchemy saint's strength terrifying, but his subordinates were also terrifying. His wealth was even more terrifying. If he did not even care about his wealth, he would not stand a chance. There was no chance for him to fight with his life because he had no chance to fight back in front of a second heaven martial saint. Chapter 587, Qingping, 1. Chapter 587, Qingping, 1. X novel. C. M. Heaven's startling hammer strike, die. Remember not to provoke my young master in your next life. When Heaven Demon Monarch saw that it was about time, he circulated his demonic powers and unleashed his peak second firmament strength to the limit. The heaven-startling hammer in his hand smashed down. Immediately, a shocking hammer shadow smashed down from the sky, as if the divine might of the 9 heavens had descended. In front of the shocking hammer shadow, the first sky of the martial Saint Realm old man was pitifully small. His eyes were filled with destruction. Spirit profound avatar. When the old man saw the shocking hammer shadow, he was shocked to death. He no longer held back and used his most powerful secret technique. However, after using this secret technique, his cultivation would drop by 3 realms. The first sky of the martial Saint Realm had dropped by 3 realms. He was now only at the 8th sky of the martial Emperor Realm. However, in the current situation, it was definitely 10,000 times more powerful to fall than to die immediately. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the shocking hammer smashed down. A shadow disappeared. The old man's body was destroyed by the hammer, but the shadow came 10 meters away. One strike had destroyed the first sky of the martial Saint Realm. Although the first sky of the martial Saint Realm old man had used the doppelganger secret skill to escape the destructive strike, his real body was finished. Realizing that he had escaped, the old man revealed a trace of joy on his face. The illusory figure was about to flash and escape. However, he suddenly realized that there was a strange flame on his body, and this flame was cold. Ice flame. The old man's phantom was a clone, which was also a soul. As long as it escaped, it could be possessed and reborn. However, when he realized that the ice flames on his body were ice flames, he immediately cried out in surprise. Following that, the old man's soul continued to wail in agony. The wail reverberated throughout the world but stopped abruptly with a flick of Li Lingshan's finger. The icy blaze floated in the air before returning to the heavenly demon king's heaven-shocking hammer. Hee, 1 minute isn't up yet, is it? The heavenly demon king chuckled as he looked at the martial emperor's corpse on the ground. He grabbed at the air with one hand and collected some weapons and storage pouches. This was something he learned from Li Lingtian. Not even a minute. However, your last attack was also the power of the young master's ice flame. If not for the ice flame, you would have to spend a little more effort. Martial Saint Ming Luo smiled as well. Finally, she handed the storage pouch to Li Lingtian respectfully. The identities of these martial artists were different, so the storage bags in their hands were naturally different, so they did not dare to have the slightest thought. As a matter of fact, they were not lacking in cultivation resources, elixirs, treasures, cultivation techniques, and everything else they needed when they were with Li Lingtian. Naturally, they did not need any storage pouches or wealth. Not bad. Your cultivation is already very good. However, you have to master more techniques. If your techniques improve, you can raise your true strength to a higher level. Li Lingtian took a glance at the heavenly monster king and nodded in satisfaction. However, he did say a few more words about his cultivation base. The heavenly monster king and martial Saint Ming Luo listened attentively. They did not belittle Li Lingshan's mere martial emperor as they had benefited from him. Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme before he fell from his state. However, his knowledge was something that they would never be able to achieve because Li Lingtian cultivated the canon. Some cultivation techniques and skills had their own unique introductions. It was their greatest wish to be able to hear Li Lingshan's advice and they were not willing to miss it. Thank you for your guidance, young master. The two of them bowed respectfully. Finally, the two of them cleaned up the battlefield and the group quickly flew towards the county city. Shenyuan Yingying had just returned to the mansion when she saw a sly smile on her face. She looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes before her gaze landed on Qingping. Qingping, I think you lost at the auction. We agreed that if you lost, you had to promise the other party one thing. You won't go back on your word, right? Shenyuan Yingying smiled as she spoke. Li Lingtian did not know what he was up to when he saw her expression. However, he did not know and could only look at her. Miss Yingying, just say it. Qingping will definitely not go back on her words. Qingping answered hurriedly. With Shenyuan Yingying's identity, she would not object or reject her request even if they did not make a bet. Alright, I'll go back to sleep first. Tonight, you accompany Big Brother Ling Tian and serve Big Brother Ling Tian. I will tell Meng Meng. After Shenyuan Yingying finished speaking, she jogged into the mansion. Her petite and exquisite back view was extremely beautiful. Li Lingshan's heart was burning with passion as he watched, but he quickly suppressed it. He could not mess around with his wives. However, he immediately realized what Shenyuan Yingying had said. She actually asked Qingping to serve him. This girl was really sly. Although Huangfu Yuyan and the others had told her about it, she could tell something. At this moment, Qingping was stunned. She didn't expect Shenyuan Yingying to say such a thing. Her little face was flushed red as she lowered her head, afraid to look at Li Lingtian. Her little hands were twisting her clothes, looking extremely adorable. Although she wanted to serve Li Lingtian, she did not have the opportunity nor the right to do so. Now that Shenyuan Yingying said it out loud, how could she not feel embarrassed? Young master. Qingping sensed that Li Lingtian was silent and thought that he was angry. She called out timidly. After that, she didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere became even more awkward. Let's go. I'll send you back. Li Lingtian felt troubled when he saw Qingping's expression. Qingping had been with Meng Meng since they were young. He and Meng Meng were engaged since they were young and they grew up together. It could also be said that Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingyu, Liu Minute, Qingping, Xiao Xiao, and him were all the same age and had played together since they were young. Although they had a master-servant relationship, when they were together, there was no master-servant relationship at all. They were all the same. They had been together for the past few years, but they had never thought that things would turn out like this. A woman would change when she grew up, and even her thoughts had changed. The maid who used to follow behind him had now become a beautiful girl. Yes. Qingping nodded. She felt relieved, but she was more disappointed and disappointed. Young master was so powerful and domineering outside. Now that he could speak to her so gently, he was already extremely satisfied. Young master, Qingping will serve you. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the mansion, which was also where they lived. Qingping did not want to continue like this. If she did not seize this good opportunity, she would never be able to find such an opportunity again in the future. Although she didn't want to become young master's wife, it was a happy thing to be young master's woman. His voice was even softer than a mosquito's. If not for Li Lingshan's profound cultivation base, no one would have been able to hear him. As she spoke, she kept her head lowered and her little hands were twisting on her clothes. She looked extremely nervous and Li Lingshan's heart was moved. Let's go. Needless to say, Li Lingtian knew that the maids were destined to follow him for life. It was impossible for him to ignore them. If a maid followed him and did not touch them for the rest of her life, she would be like the maids in the palace, never getting the favor of a man. He wouldn't be so cruel. If he didn't want such a beautiful girl, he would be a fool. Moreover, Qingping and the others had grown up with him, so their relationship was naturally deep. As he spoke, he held Qingping's hand and walked forward. Qingping's mind was filled with terror as she involuntarily followed Li Lingtian. Deep down, she was extremely afraid of Li Lingshan's rejection and his accusation that she was shameless. Naturally, it was difficult for a girl to say that. If they were not accepted, they would not have any face in the future. Moreover, they were afraid that Li Lingtian would ignore them after he got angry. She didn't expect her young master to agree and even hold her hand gently. Soon, they arrived at Qingping's room. Qingping entered the room and turned on the light. Qingping's small face was red and she looked extremely shy. For a moment, he did not know what to say or do. However, Li Lingtian was also present when she served Tang Zimeng these days. She had also seen Tang Zimeng serving Li Lingtian. In the past, she had fantasized countless times about how to serve Li Lingtian, but now, she could not even control her fingers. Her mind was blank. Li Lingtian looked at Qingping's bashful expression and his heart thumped. Just like that, he admired this beautiful young girl's shy appearance. He sat on the chair with a faint smile in his eyes. Young master. Qingping was even more shy when Li Lingtian stared at her. After a while, she realized that Li Lingtian was teasing her. She could not be bothered with her shyness anymore as she gently walked to Li Lingshan's side. You don't regret it. Li Lingshan's eyes were extremely serious at this moment. He didn't want to go against a girl's wishes. Although this Qingping was beautiful, if she didn't want to, he definitely wouldn't touch her. Because he had many girls around him, he naturally wouldn't provoke Qingping. No regrets. Because Qingping is Miss Maid and also young master's man. Qingping likes young master, so young master, please love me. Qingping raised her head at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were like water as she looked at Li Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with shyness and seduction. After mustering up his courage, he no longer had any scruples and said what was in his heart. Li Lingtian did not expect Qingping to have such a side to her. He was overjoyed. The girls around him were either gentle, lively, delicate, quiet, generous, or strong. However, they all had one characteristic, which was that they would speak up boldly at the critical moment. In front of him, no matter what her personality was, she was always a gentle little woman. She was his wife. This Qingping was the same. Although she had a girl's nature and shyness, she still mustered up the courage to face it at the critical moment. Chapter 588, Cultivation Recovery, 1. Chapter 588, Cultivation Recovery, 1. Ex-novel. C.M. When Li Lingtian woke up the next day, Qingping was also awake. Qingping realized her current state and thought of what happened last night. Her face turned red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She leaned on Li Lingshan's arm shyly, not daring to move or look up at him. Li Lingtian looked at Qingping's expression and smiled faintly. Sleep for a while longer. I'll get up and cultivate first. Li Lingtian said softly as he pinched Qingping's little face. After saying that, he prepared to get up. Young master, Qingping will help you put on your clothes. Qingping felt even more blissful when she felt Li Lingshan's love for her. Even if this was the only time in her life, she would be satisfied. Knowing that Li Lingtian was about to get up to cultivate, he quickly spoke. If she fell asleep, this maid would be too unqualified. Hurry up and get up. However, as soon as she moved, her little face revealed a trace of pain and shyness. Aya. Qingping moved and groaned. Don't move. It's always like this for the first time. Go to sleep first. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew what was wrong with Qingping. He reached out and pressed her down on the bed before he put on his clothes. With a smile on her face, Qingping became even more shy when she saw Li Lingshan's smile. However, she still obediently slept on the bed and watched Li Lingshan's back disappear from the room. Li Lingtian gently closed the door behind him when he left. Even though this action was insignificant, it was a sign of happiness in Qingping's eyes. As soon as he came out, he saw Shenyuan Yingying. There was still a smile on her little face. Li Lingtian found this smile rather odd no matter how he looked at it. Big brother Lingtian, how was last night? Shenyuan Yingying smiled as she approached Li Lingtian and sniffed him with her round nose. Finally, she asked with a crafty look on her face. Are you a puppy? What do you mean? Li Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Shenyuan Yingying's expression. This little girl was so beautiful, but she looked like a little devil. Beautiful, absolutely unparalleled, stunning the world. However, this little girl's appearance and expression really gave him a headache. Why did she make him not know whether to laugh or cry? There's a girl's body fragrance on you. It should have been pretty good last night. Shenyuan Yingying whispered into Li Lingshan's ear. Her breath was like orchids, causing Li Lingshan's heart to itch. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by her words. However, a smile appeared on his face. As a man, he should have a masculine aura. However, there were many girls around him, so it was normal for him to have a girl's body fragrance at all times. Mph, aren't you also stuck to me? The fragrance still spread to me. Go away. I'm going to cultivate. Don't be idle either. Li Lingtian leaned forward and sniffed Shenyuan Yingying's body as he spoke with a smile on his face. This action made Shenyuan Yingying extremely shy. She did not expect Li Lingtian to behave like this. I'll go cultivate too. I told Meng Meng yesterday. Shenyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand and dragged him forward as she spoke. The two of them soon arrived at a place not far from the garden. This place had a beautiful environment and everyone liked to cultivate here. Therefore, early in the morning, a few girls gathered here to cultivate. If you said it, then so be it. Li Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly. Huangfu Yuyan and the others had done this on purpose. Besides, this was very normal. Then, he took Shenyuan Yingying's hand away and found a place at the edge of the pavilion to sit cross-legged. He began to cultivate. Shenyuan Yingying smiled when she saw Li Lingshan's reaction. She then started cultivating beside him. How was yesterday? After cultivating for 2 hours, the girls had stopped cultivating. They came to the pavilion beside Li Lingtian and asked him after he had finished cultivating. How was last night? Li Lingtian opened his eyes and saw Huangfu Yuyan, Tang Qingyu, and the rest by his side. He was confused when he heard Huangfu Yuyan's words. He thought she was talking about Qingping. What are you thinking? I'm talking about what happened at the auction. Huangfu Yuyan chuckled when she saw Li Lingshan's reaction. The other girls laughed as well. Li Lingshan's reaction was hilarious. He was an indomitable powerhouse with unparalleled dominance on the outside, but he was extremely gentle to his wife at home. Oh, I gained quite a lot last night. I obtained the Pill Tribulation Lightning Essence, the Spirit Cold Ice, and a Supreme Saint Weapon. After Li Lingtian finished his cultivation, he stood up and walked to Tang Qingyu's side. He recounted what happened at the auction last night and the girls were extremely excited. Shenyuan Yingying added excitedly. Yuyan, I just saw this gold-attributed saint artifact yesterday. It suits you. Li Lingtian took out Butterfly Shadow and handed it to Huangfu Yuyan. Then, he took out some of the items. Immediately, the girls were extremely happy and began to choose what they liked. They were not particularly fond of treasures as Li Lingshan's strength did not require them to do anything. If there were any treasures, he would have to gain experience so that he could help Li Lingtian in the future. After we settle down here, I'll help each of you find a suitable divine artifact. At that time, your strength will be able to increase. Even if I'm not by your side, you'll be able to protect yourselves. Li Lingtian watched as the girls took away some of the items with a faint smile on his face. All right, after the matters of Nanda Prefecture and Qingxian are settled, we will go and search for the treasures. Tang Ziming and the others were overjoyed. With Shenyuan Yingying, Ji Yi, and Little White, they could turn the entire divine martial continent upside down. Li Lingtian was already used to them. He was even more delighted to see them now. You little girl, hurry up and cultivate. Tang Qingyu looked at Tang Ziming and knocked her head. That's for sure. At the very least, we have to cultivate to the martial emperor or martial saint level and live for hundreds or thousands of years. That way, we can travel the world. Tang Ziming did not resist at all. Instead, she snuggled up to Tang Qingyu. The two sisters were very close. Then you guys should cultivate well. I need to recover my cultivation during this period of time. Let's go and refine pills. Li Lingtian stood up. Shun Mai informed Tang Ziming before he headed to the alchemy room. In this mansion, he had specially built an alchemy room with countless spirit-gathering arrays. This way, he would not have to worry about not having enough spiritual energy when injecting spirit. Following that, Li Lingtian continued to refine elixirs while he recovered his cultivation base. He also revised his various skills and treasures to rapidly improve his abilities. A month had passed. On that day, Li Lingtian had just finished refining pills and the true essence in his body was circulating rapidly. His cultivation had recovered to the peak of the third heaven of the martial emperor realm very quickly after he had been practicing alchemy. His genuine vitality was even stronger than before. All kinds of strength had also increased. He was naturally extremely excited about the recovery of his cultivation. At least he had recovered his cultivation and did not have to worry about any side effects. Boom! A series of explosions sounded in the alchemy room. Fortunately, there were countless arrays in the alchemy room, so Shun Mai and Tang Ziming were not hurt by the Jin Yuan and aura. Hurry up and leave. Call Ming Luo, Heavenly Monster King, and Yun Hao over. I will break through at the back mountain. Li Lingtian quickly shouted at Shun Mai and Tang Ziming before he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the back mountain of the mansion. Although this place was in the city, this mansion was close to the border of the county city. Naturally, the back mountain was also very large. Li Lingtian came to the edge of a cliff and walked with his legs crossed. He then circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation. At that moment, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were already 100 meters away from Li Lingtian. The three of them formed a triangular formation around Li Lingtian. As long as anyone came, they would be killed and Li Lingtian's cultivation would not be disturbed. Chapter 589, World of Five Elements, Revival of All Things. Chapter 589, World of Five Elements, Revival of All Things? Ex-novel. C.M. The three martial arts saints were excited when Li Lingtian's cultivation base was restored. It should be noted that Li Lingtian's cultivation base had improved, so it was much easier for them. Moreover, their chances were very high. As long as Li Lingtian's cultivation base was restored, he would be able to refine a heaven-defying pill. Without pills, it would be wishful thinking to improve his cultivation base. They had tied their fates to Li Lingtian. If anything happened to him, they would be doomed. At that moment, Long Da had also rushed back to a spot not too far away from Li Lingtian. The four of them then arranged for them to surround Li Lingtian within 1,000 meters. With the three martial saints and Long Da, even if other martial saints came, they would not pose a threat to Li Lingtian. Boom! The air trembled as a shocking amount of spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and countless purple arcs of lightning shot out. Huala, huala. The cloudless sky of the prefecture city suddenly turned dark. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, creating a scene of destruction. Countless experts looked at the changes in the sky and were incomparably shocked. What's going on? Could it be that the bottomless abyss has opened in advance? That's impossible. When the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens opened, there was no such sign. What's going on? Could it be that something happened between the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal garden? What a terrifying omen. Even if a Supreme Realm expert broke through to the Martial Emperor Realm, it's impossible for there to be such a strange sign. It's not breaking through to the Martial Monarch Realm. Even if a Martial Monarch Realm expert broke through to the Martial Saint Realm, there wouldn't be such a shocking sign. Such a strange sign is happening within 10,000 miles. The world will change and the world will be in chaos. A. In front. D. Within Nanda County, all the warriors stopped what they were doing and also stopped cultivating. They all looked at the changing scene in the sky. All of a sudden, discussions broke out, and every martial artist's face was filled with shock. Countless martial supremes and martial emperors gathered together to face the change in the sky. However, no one was sure what was the cause of this strange omen. They could only watch the lightning arcs crisscross in the sky. However, very soon, a huge purple arc of lightning descended from the sky and smashed fiercely onto the ground. Everyone knew the location of the anomaly. All the warriors looked at the purple lightning bolt. Its target was the back mountain of the Li residence. In the prefecture capital, Chu Tianlan and a few supreme experts, as well as the prince and princess, were all looking in the direction of the Li residence. All of them looked nervous and afraid. He had never seen such a scene before. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Could it be him? Chu Tianlan looked at the changes in the sky with a shocked expression. In the sky, the aura was changing unpredictably. One moment, the metal elemental aura was flying around violently, and the next moment, the space was burning and destroying. The aura of the five elements was constantly rotating. He immediately understood that the young master must be cultivating some kind of shocking divine ability. At the back of the Li residence's mountain, Li Lingtian's face was also filled with shock. He had never thought that such a heaven-defying change would actually occur when he broke through from level 3 to level 4. It completely exceeded his imagination. The will of the five elements appeared in his body, and the heaven and earth reincarnation technique circulated. The terrifying true origin had long broken through the bottleneck of the fourth-level martial emperor realm. However, it could not stop. It was as if he had encountered a heaven-defying opportunity. The world had fused with his body. Even if he wanted to hear the true essence, it was completely impossible. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others were extremely worried. Looking at the change in the sky, they were completely stunned. Even if they had broken through from the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm to the Martial Saint realm, they would not have seen such a heaven-defying scene. Li Lingshan's face was contorted. The only thing he could do was to hold on to his spirit. In his body, the will of the great path of metal erupted. Immediately, all the will of the great path of metal and the aura of spiritual energy in the world formed an independent world that kept spinning. The will of the metal path focused on destruction. It was the strongest and most beneficial existence in the world. The space was destroyed by the will of the great path of metal and turned into fragments. Countless experts felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. Low-level martial artists could only rely on their elders to protect them with their shields. Martial arts grandmasters and above could only use their shields to protect their bodies. Facing the destructive power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth, they finally understood how small they were in front of this destruction. It was still better for the experts below the Martial Emperor realm. However, only those who had reached the Martial Honored realm and Martial Emperor realm could truly feel the horror of destruction in front of this destructive metal will. Because they were close to the will of the Great Path, they knew the power of destruction. In front of this omnipresent 5 elements destruction, they were like ants in a hot pot. Boom! The aura between heaven and earth changed strangely. The destructive will of the great path of metal disappeared completely, and what appeared was a terrifying heat. It was as if the world was about to be burned. Instantly, the sky within a radius of 10,000 miles around the county capital turned fiery red, and all the space became a blazing hell. Li Lingshan's eyes were tightly shut and his face was filled with pain. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others also used their heaven-defying defenses to resist the destructive power. They were the ones who suffered the most during Li Lingshan's breakthrough. They did not dare to leave and could only endure the endless torture. Looking at Li Lingtian, who was not far away, it was as if he had turned into a ball of flames. Just as everyone was about to collapse, the heat between heaven and earth strangely disappeared. Phew! A breeze blew past, and the sweat on all the warriors' faces disappeared. They felt extremely relaxed, as refreshing and comfortable as the breeze in June. The heat in front of them was followed by a gentle breeze. Naturally, all the martial artists relaxed their minds. When their minds relaxed, all the martial artists sat on the ground weakly, as if they had walked around the edge of death. However, what they didn't expect was that behind this intoxicating breeze, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss of ice from a warm world, or rather, they had suddenly entered the frozen snow region. The cold wind was chilly, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Electric arcs crisscrossed, and snowflakes flew everywhere. Frost fell from the sky, followed by ice. The entire county city became a world of ice, turning into a glacier. Snowflakes flew in the sky. Countless warriors collapsed. In front of them was the destructive metal elemental aura, and behind them was the scorching hot world. They had barely managed to survive from the fiery world, but now they suddenly fell into the glacier. When would such a day end? Keek, keek. Even the martial emperors and martial supremes were grinding their teeth. His entire body trembled. Such a thing had never been imagined in the world of the strong. After an unknown period of time. Finally, the thousands of miles of glacier disappeared, and the snowflakes in the sky disappeared. However, when the snowflakes and glacier disappeared, the temperature returned, but the earth began to flip, and the entire world was turned upside down. In the eyes of every martial artist, the world had been destroyed. In reality, the world was calm and lightning flashed. After an unknown period of time, all the martial artists entered the boundless sea. Shocking waves surged. In front of the shocking waves, even a martial monarch realm martial artist felt insignificant. Countless martial artists almost went crazy. Those who were lucky directly fainted. Seconds passed. Li Lingshan's entire body was constantly changing. He had already experienced the first 4 types of 5 elements Tao intent. To a certain extent, his entire person had also obtained endless sublimation. At this moment, the 4 guards could only rely on their consciousness to support themselves. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and they gritted their teeth, but they did not dare to faint. Wood-type will of the great path, all things revive. At that moment, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and shouted softly. His voice was as loud as a dragon's roar. With this voice, all the negative effects within 10,000 miles disappeared. What appeared was the revival of all things, and the world was peaceful. The county city was unprecedentedly quiet. Birds sang and the fragrance of flowers bloomed. The greenery on the ground was vibrant and full of vitality. It was as if everything in the world had obtained endless vitality and a kind of recovery. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the will of the great path is unparalleled. The 5 elements are balanced, forming a world of its own. If the 5 elements do not stop, life will not stop. I see. I understand now, haha. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, the will of wood, revive all things. Li Lingtian muttered to himself before his face lit up with excitement. After the excitement, the expression on his face turned crazy. He floated in the air and stared at the void. It turned out that all of this was due to the perfection of the 5 elements. The so-called 5 elements of heaven and earth, the most original thing between heaven and earth was life. The most primitive thing was life. In the beginning, it was not destruction, but life. Life was everything in the beginning. With a wave of his hands, an obscure and mysterious aura spread out between heaven and earth. After this obscure aura disappeared, the vitality between heaven and earth became even denser. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 finally recovered from the aura. They sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Ha ha. My cultivation has increased. Ha, my realm has loosened. My cultivation level has increased quite a bit. What's going on? The bottleneck that I had been stuck in has loosened. I understand. It's the will of the great path, a supreme will of the great path. In the county city, countless experts cried out in alarm, their faces filled with madness. Countless experts felt that their cultivation had increased for no reason, or that their bottlenecks had loosened for no reason, or that their realms had loosened and showed signs of breaking through. For a moment, countless martial artists sat cross-legged, feeling the wonderful feeling brought by this world just now. That kind of death and destruction, that kind of pain of entering the glacier with the burning hell, that kind of fear of the earth tumbling into the endless sea, all became a wonderful test at this moment. Third sky of the Martial Saint Realm. Third sky of the Martial Saint Realm. Third sky of the Martial Saint Realm. The peak of the 7th rank and 9th rank, great perfection. At this moment, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 on the back mountain of the Li residence were excited. A shocking aura soared into the sky. While Li Lingtian was comprehending his breakthrough, he did not expect them to achieve a breakthrough and become a 3rd firmament Martial Saint. Even Long Da had attained the peak of Tier 7 Level 9. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 590, 4th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Chapter 590, 4th Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Ex-novel. C. M. Li Lingtian did not expect such a situation to occur during his breakthrough. Looking at his 4 subordinates, he could not help but reveal a faint smile. He had broken through to the 4th heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. This realm had brought about the benefits of the so-called usage. Li Lingtian was calm now, but his heart was in turmoil. It was impossible for such a heavenly omen to appear when a martial artist broke through, and it was also impossible for such a situation to appear. Rumble. In the sky, there would be a flash of lightning from time to time. Although the electric arcs were crisscrossing, they had already slowly disappeared. The originally dark sky of the county city was now cloudless. At this moment, the sky was not only quiet, but there was an unprecedented peace. Countless warriors sat cross-legged on the spot, comprehending everything that had just appeared. All of a sudden, all of the warriors had brought endless benefits. Some had breakthroughs, some had improvements, some had bottlenecks loosened, and some had cultivation mutations. All of a sudden, everything in Nanda County shocked all the warriors. I'm still a little short. One Chu Tianlan opened his eyes. Naturally, he was also affected, but he was unable to break through. As for the other princes and princesses, as long as they were talented, they would have more or less made breakthroughs and improvements. Father, do you really think it's the young lord? After Chu Meng woke up, her face was filled with surprise and yearning. Yes, only the young master has reached the 5 elements perfection. It's impossible for the young lord to keep a low profile. The world is changing and the world is in chaos. The world will tremble because of the young lord. Chu Tianlan looked up at the sky with an excited expression. No one knew what he was talking about except Chu Meng. Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he walked down the mountain step by step. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 followed behind him with even more respect and admiration. Li Lingshan's thin figure was like an insurmountable chasm and an unshakable mountain range to the 4 of them. Li Lingshan's every step carried the trajectory of heaven and earth, which was in line with the circulation of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. His entire person was like a part of the world, more like a part of the world. This was the 5 elements perfection. It fused the simplest and most primitive attributes of the world, but it was also the most powerful attribute. This world will tremble under my feet. Li Lingtian spoke indifferently as he walked. However, the words he heard were like an oracle. The oracle was engraved in the hearts of the 4 guards and would never be forgotten. Within the city, countless experts also felt the existence of this voice. Although it was soft, it struck the hearts of countless experts. Big brother Ling Tian. Big brother. Husband. Ling Tian. Young master. Li Lingtian had just descended the mountain when he saw a group of peerless girls waiting anxiously at the back of the mansion. The moment they saw him, the worry on their faces turned into joy. All of a sudden, everyone congratulated Li Lingtian. Li Lingshan's heart was filled with warmth when he saw these girls. No matter what, they would always miss him. I've finally broken through to level 4. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face as he listened to the girls chattering away. To him, whatever they said was like heavenly music. A crisp and sweet voice rang in his ears. In the end, he brought the group of girls back to the mansion. Li Lingtian had no idea what happened outside when he broke through. He was shocked when he heard what Tang Qingyu and the others said. He did not expect that the breakthrough this time would be so heaven-defying. He also felt that something was not right. This was not the case when a warrior broke through, but it had happened to him. It must have something to do with the 5 elements Tao intent and the heaven and earth reincarnation. I didn't expect such a thing to happen either. However, after this breakthrough, I realized something that even this world can't know. It's about cultivation. That's the principle of the 5 elements. In this world, the first element was the wood element, which was also the power of life. It allowed me to understand the true meaning of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is all on the surface, but it is also true. However, this is not the case after the origin. This breakthrough has elevated my cultivation base. It's not as simple as my strength. During this period of time, you guys should also properly comprehend what you have just comprehended. I'll go back and rest first. I'll casually stabilize my realm. Li Lingshan's expression changed when he mentioned the breakthrough. His eyes seemed to have seen the profound meaning of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and his heart was filled with excitement. Finally, after making some simple arrangements, he returned to his room and began to comprehend. In the room, Li Lingtian circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique to comprehend the 5 elements Tao intent. The 2 were completely integrated. Heaven and earth were balanced by the 5 elements. Only when the 5 elements were balanced did heaven and earth form. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique was the most important cultivation technique for cultivating the 5 elements. It was also the only cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was the heaven and earth sacred scripture. There were tens of thousands of heaven and earth attributes, but they all originated from the same source. And this sect was the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, which fused any attribute in the world. His life came from 3,000 reincarnations ago, and he came here from his previous life. He fused with his soul, and the immemorial ice crystal activated the flaming sacred body. Just like that, the heaven and earth reincarnation technique appeared. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique had formed his 5 elements peak attribute. In other words, the one who truly made him strong was the immemorial ice crystal. Before 3,000 reincarnations, he was destroyed by the immemorial ice crystal. In fact, he was destroyed and then rebuilt. He was reborn as a phoenix. This was predestined. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many coincidences in the world. There was an opportunity, but he had to work hard. Only through hard work could he have everything he had now. Thinking about all these years, he had been walking on the edge of life and death, but in the end, he had become even stronger. Immemorial ice crystal, heaven and earth reincarnation technique, 5 elements perfection, ice fire 9 heavens. To accomplish my life, I will make this world tremble for me. Li Lingtian opened his sharp eyes and spoke indifferently. His aura burst forth, but he quickly retracted it. This was because this was a mansion. If he was struck by his aura, the entire mansion would be destroyed. Half a month had passed. In the past half a month, he had been comprehending the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, the 5 elements will, and the heaven-defying existences of ice, fire, and 9 heavens. His cultivation had finally stabilized. However, he was still shocked. This time, after his cultivation had recovered and he had broken through, his true origin was more than 10 times stronger than before. A level 4 martial emperor was equivalent to a level 7 martial emperor. Moreover, the golden core in his body had become stronger, and his true essence had also been sublimated. It was not just the existence of power, but an indescribable will. His every move carried the demeanor of an expert, as well as an extraordinary temperament. Now, he had truly grasped the 5 elements Tao intent. However, it was not something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to unleash the 5 elements Tao intent to the extreme. Moreover, the moves and skills he used were no longer limited to movements. Instead, he used all kinds of things in the world as attacks. It could be said that plucking flowers and breaking leaves could kill the opponent. This was a true expert. More importantly, other than the Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword, the other saint weapons were no longer of any use or help to him. Heaven-grade divine powers were also at his fingertips. His true methods were the techniques of Saint Realm mighty figures and some heaven-defying methods. Li Lingtian left the room after his cultivation base was stabilized. Tang Qingyu and the others waited for him for half a month. Although Li Lingtian had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation base, he was still worried. After all, Li Lingshan's breakthrough had brought about a change that was unheard of in the divine martial continent. Indeed, the divine martial continent did not have any experts with the 5 elements perfection. Even if there were, without the heaven and earth reincarnation art, they would not be able to cause the world's metamorphosis. After coming out, Li Lingtian walked confidently to the girls as he watched Tang Qingyu and the others conversing in the garden. "Big brother, you've finished cultivating." Ji Yi happened to be facing Li Lingshan's direction. Naturally, she was the first to see Li Lingtian when he came out. After she shouted, the girls reacted and were instantly overjoyed. They came to Li Lingshan's side and pulled him to sit down. They sized up Li Lingshan's expression and cultivation base. "My cultivation base has stabilized. You guys look very happy. I wonder what happened." Li Lingtian looked at Huangfu Yuyan. Although there was worry on their faces, they were more delighted since Li Lingtian had come out. "Your cultivation has broken through and your realm has stabilized. Of course you're happy. Also, during this period of time, the number of experts who joined our Li residence has increased exponentially. The main reason is that your breakthrough has brought endless benefits to them. Naturally, they want to use your breakthrough to obtain some enlightenment in the future. Huangfu Yuyan said with a smile as she leaned against Li Lingtian. It was not only the other martial artists who had broken through. They were all proud daughters of heaven. Their talent could be said to be heaven-defying. They had also broken through this time. These fellows are quite troublesome. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple if I made a move. Li Lingtian did not mind as his cultivation base had been restored and was now even stronger. Naturally, he wouldn't care about these things. However, this was also a good thing. It was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Husband, are you going to tidy up Nanda County? Shunmaya noticed that Li Lingshan's aura had changed ever since his breakthrough. Although he was gentle in front of them, they could feel the change in Li Lingtian. In their eyes, they were overjoyed. No matter what, Li Lingtian was still their beloved. We can't do anything for the time being, but we can make some arrangements. After all, there's still the matter of the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal garden. After these two things are over, the Black Continent will tremble. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian exuded a faintly discernible powerful aura. It was an aura that he was born with, and it was the aura of a heaven-defying powerhouse. Although her voice was calm, the girls knew that the world would be in chaos in Xianzhou. Li Lingtian had never said these words in front of them before. Although he was powerful back then, he was not as heaven-defying as he was now. Li Lingshan's actions showed that he was confident. Chapter 591, Tidying Up Nanda County, 1. Chapter 591, Tidying Up Nanda County, 1. Ex-novel. C. M. Li Lingshan's so-called arrangement was merely to gather some forces in Nanda County. Although Nanda County was under the jurisdiction of the prefecture, there were still many individual families under the jurisdiction of the prefecture. Similarly, these families were also the key to threatening the prefecture, because the prefecture was also a family, but this family was stronger than the other families. There were countless families in Xianzhou. Commanderies and countries were all controlled by the families. Although the main figures who controlled the commanderies and countries were from their families, they almost had to leave their families. They had to seek benefits not only for their families, but also for the commanderies and countries. Otherwise, the powerful empires and kingdoms would not allow them to exist. Nanda County was the Chu clan's territory, and Chu Tianlan was a genius nurtured by the Chu clan, who was in charge of Nanda County. Chu Tianlan was backed by the Chu clan. She relied on the Chu clan's power to become the ruler of Nanda Prefecture. However, once he became the ruler, he couldn't seek personal gain anymore. He had to consider the commandery. Now, Li Lingtian wanted to help Chu Tianlan get rid of some disobedient families so that they would not become a stumbling block in Nanda County. At the same time, he was paving the way for himself. Tell me about the threat of Nanda County. I'll get someone to help you eliminate it. Don't become my stumbling block. After the matter of the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens is over, the situation in Qingxian will change again. Li Lingtian sent someone to deliver Chu Tianlan to the Li residence. Li Lingtian sat at the head of the table with a calm expression on his face. He didn't care about the ruler of a commandery. He had to give some orders, so he wouldn't go to the commandery in person. He could just summon the ruler directly. Chu Tianlan was not displeased at all. Instead, she was excited because Li Lingtian was in Nanda County and she could curry favor with him. Perhaps he could go further in the future. In the commandery, he was a ruler. But in front of the king of Qingxian, he was just an ant. However, he understood that Qingxian was merely a subordinate in front of Li Lingtian. An insignificant subordinate. Hence, one could only imagine Li Lingshan's identity. Since he had to be respectful in front of the king, he naturally had to be even more respectful in front of Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had given him a bottle of peerless cleansing pills and a bottle of peerless purple jade pills when he left the Li residence. These 2 bottles of pills were enough for the father and daughter to break through a major realm. He knew very well that there was a saint alchemist in each of the 3 great empires of the Xian continent. Saint alchemists were the foundation that supported the empires. In order to have greater achievements, the country must have its own pill refiners. Now, a heaven-defying super saint pill refiner had appeared in the Qing Xian country's background. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint young master. Chu Tianlan bowed respectfully and nodded. Finally, she told him some of Nanda County's strength. He did not mention the other foreign experts because these forces were facing the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens. He would clean them up at that time. Now, he had to sort out the internal affairs of Nanda County and wipe out some families. Donghu clan, Bai clan, Zhu clan. Let's get rid of them. However, pay attention to Donghu clan. This clan doesn't seem simple. After listening to Chu Tianlan's explanation, Li Lingtian gained a new understanding of the true situation in Nanda County. A few big families had hopes of competing for the position of the monarch. The position of the monarch of Nandu Prefecture could also be changed. However, the Chu family had been strong for years. The few families did not have much confidence and did not dare to make a move easily. After all, there was still the Qing Xian kingdom above. The Qing Xian kingdom could turn a blind eye and allow the commanderies below to change dynasties, but they would not let them overturn the heavens and affect the foundation of the Qing Xian kingdom. Therefore, when the commanderies were affected, the Qing Xian kingdom would also take action. Unless they could seize the position of the country ruler in a short period of time, they would not dare to act rashly. If they did not succeed, they would disappear into thin air. If they succeeded, they would become the country ruler. Therefore, over the years, several large families had the strength to compete, but they did not dare to make a move easily. Now, Li Lingtian wanted to eliminate a few threatening families. When he spoke, he was extremely relaxed, as if it was a common meal. In Chu Tianlan's eyes, she was extremely excited. This was the young master. He could just wipe out a family with a single word. I wonder what arrangements young master has. Chu Tianlan had received Li Lingtian's order to eliminate the other clans. It was imperative to do so, but they had to find a better way to do so. With the Chu clan's strength, it was still possible to deal with one clan, but it would be difficult to deal with several clans. Even if he knew that the Chu family's position as the family ruler was at stake, Li Lingtian could make the Chu family prosper with just a word. However, he wanted to see what Li Lingtian could do. It would be even better if Li Lingtian's men were involved. I don't care about schemes and plots. The art of war is deceitful, but now is not the time for a war between nations. It's not the time for internal problems. We should just crush them mercilessly. Sky Demon, Yuan Bai Qing, help them these few days. Don't attack anyone below the fifth heaven of the martial emperor realm. If anything happens, wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. Li Lingtian said to the heavenly monster king behind him before he summoned the jade-eyed beast. During this period of time, the cultivation of the jade-eyed beast had also increased to a terrifying level. He had reached level 5 of level 7, which meant that he was at the fifth heaven of the martial emperor realm. Coupled with the strength of his demon race, he could even kill a 6th or 7th heaven martial emperor. This subordinate will obey. Hee. Heavenly Demon Monarch respectfully went forward to receive the order. After receiving the order, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. It was obvious that he liked to fight. However, while laughing, he patted the jade-eyed beast beside him. The jade-eyed beast couldn't transform into a human, but it could grow and shrink. When it was big, it could reach 20 meters in size. After shrinking, it was only 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. It looked like a ferocious beast, not a terrifying 7th tier 5th level demon beast at all. Get lost. A tier 7 jade-eyed beast couldn't transform, but it could speak. It immediately roared when it saw the heaven demon monarch slap it. Both of them were demons. Initially, a tier 7 jade-eyed beast would not have the guts to roar in front of a tier 8 heavenly demon king. However, since the two of them were cultivating together and were under Li Lingtian's command, they were not afraid of the heavenly demon king. Furthermore, the heaven demon king wasn't angry at all. He kicked the jade-eyed beast fiercely. Roar. Swoosh. Heaven Demon Monarch disappeared in a flash. The jade-eyed beast also turned into a shadow and chased after him. Li Lingtian completely ignored the two of them and was too lazy to get angry with them. Out of sight, out of mind. However, he understood that although the two of them were fooling around, they were extremely serious when facing their enemies. They were definitely the best comrades because they had a common master. Chu Tianlan, who was at the side, was completely stunned. He could clearly feel that the big guy was a terrifying fellow. Even if he was a martial monarch realm expert, he was like an ant in front of this big guy. However, he did not expect that he would be fooling around with a 7th-level mystical beast. He was not worried at all. Li Lingtian had his reasons for making such arrangements. He could tell from Li Lingshan's words that his men would not fight against enemies below the 5th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. He wanted to train them so that if they failed, the Chu clan would be eliminated. This subordinate will do it now. Chu Tianlan stood up and bowed when she saw that Li Lingtian was silent. When he reached the door, Heaven Demon King and Jade-Eyed Beast were already waiting. "I'll have to trouble the two of you in the future." Chu Tianlan cupped his fists at the Heavenly Monster King and the Jade-Eyed Beast. He appeared rather polite. After all, the Heavenly Monster King had transformed into a human and was a terrifying fellow. More importantly, the Heavenly Demon King's guards represented Li Lingtian. He did not dare to offend them. Even if the Jade-Eyed Beast had not transformed, he did not dare to offend it and had to treat it with equal courtesy. "I don't want to fight trash below the rank of a martial saint. Leave it to it. It likes to play." The Heavenly Monster King ignored Chu Tianlan, but he didn't make things difficult for her. After all, Chu Tianlan was the young master's subordinate. As he spoke, he looked at the Jade-Eyed Beast beside him. Although they were playing with each other, they did not look down on the Jade-Eyed Beast in terms of cultivation. After all, their talents were different. However, if Li Lingtian was in a good mood, he could simply give them a pill and allow them to advance in a heaven-defying manner. "I wanted to move around a little more, but the young master said that we can't attack anyone below the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. We can't disobey the young master's orders. You have to work hard. The young master doesn't want trash. However, you'd better not fight with me for those above the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. And you, watch out when the time comes. If I die, you won't feel good in front of the young master." The Jade-Eyed Beastbull's tone was so loud that if Li Lingtian were here, he would have sent it flying with a kick. However, even though it was arrogant, its words were reliable. It kept Li Lingshan's words in mind and could not defy him in the slightest. In the end, he spoke to the Heavenly Demon King. He wasn't afraid of losing face. Chu Tianlan looked at the two terrifying fellows talking to each other, and her heart trembled in shock. Black lines appeared on his face. What kind of existence were these? Otherwise, if these two fellows were sent by the young master, he would really think that these two fellows were embroidered pillows. "I understand. Please." After Chu Tianlan finished speaking, she made an inviting gesture and left the Li residence with the two Heavenly Monster Kings. Li Lingtian waved his hand after Chu Tianlan left. "Young master." Martial Saint Ming Luo stepped forward and bowed respectfully as she awaited Li Lingshan's instructions. "Keep an eye on them in secret. Although a few families are nothing, it's definitely not that simple in the dark. Don't show yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. If there's a problem, bring the Heavenly Yarrow, Bai Qing, and Chu Tianlan back first." Li Lingtian said calmly. The few clans were more powerful and they were able to maintain a stable position in Nanda County. It should not be that simple. In the divine martial continent, even though the strong were respected, there were still many schemes and plots. Usually, some families had big plans and hid them even deeper. Therefore, he didn't want the Heaven Demon Monarch to be plotted against. Heaven Demon Monarch was very strong and intelligent, but he was inferior to cunning humans when it came to schemes. Chapter 592, Donghu Family. Chapter 592, Donghu Family. X novel. C. M. This subordinate will obey. Marshal Saint Ming Luo bowed respectfully and left the hall. After leaving the hall, his aura became faint and his cultivation became even lower. To outsiders, he was only at the martial royal realm. Such a cultivation was the best in the county capital. It would not attract attention, nor would it be looked down upon. Moreover, his original appearance had changed and he looked rather wooden. Even if Li Lingtian was not careful, he would not have recognized him. After doing everything, he quickly left the Li residence. He was extremely touched. He finally understood why there was such a huge gap between them. At 22 or 23 years old, Li Lingtian had already attained the fourth firmament martial emperor realm and became a saint alchemist to refine peerless pills. His strength was shocking, and his identity was even more unimaginable. This was because Li Lingtian was incomparable to the so-called heaven's favorite in every aspect. No one could compare to him when it came to treating his subordinates. He could treat his subordinates like his own brothers. The heavenly monster king was the same as him. He had submitted to Li Lingtian and followed him in the same situation as the demonic tower. Furthermore, the heavenly demon king was a demon. However, Li Lingtian was still concerned about the heavenly demon king's danger. He would not allow any of his subordinates to die so easily. After Li Lingtian finished arranging everything, he felt much more relaxed. Although there were only Long Da and Yun Hao by his side, he didn't feel unsafe at all. With his current cultivation, he might not lose even if he was at the second or third sky of the martial saint realm, let alone the first sky. They have something to do. However, the few of you shouldn't be idle. Raise your cultivation a little. Li Lingtian said to Marshal Saint Yunhao and Long Da before he waved his hand. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the two of them were sucked into the divine dragon ring. In the end, Li Lingtian's divine consciousness followed suit and entered the divine dragon ring. The divine dragon ring was now a boundless space. It was unknown how big it was. Although it was barren inside, Li Lingtian had absorbed a lot of spirit qi into it and there was a faint spirit qi in it. However, Li Lingtian allowed them to cultivate outside the dragon abyss. That place had a mix of dragon energy and spirit qi. Even if they were humans, they would be able to improve their cultivation and strength quickly. Yunhao was also cultivating in this place, so Long Da naturally entered the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds to cultivate. After Li Lingtian entered the divine dragon ring, he was the master of the place. He could go wherever he wanted. This time, when he arrived in front of the silver-winged flying dragon, he saw that the silver-winged flying dragon was cultivating diligently. The silver-winged flying dragon was one of the few demonic beasts that had followed him the earliest, and it was also the most powerful. Li Lingtian had been cultivating inside for a long time, but he did not call him out to become his trump card. Ever since the last time he was in the demon suppression secrets, he had not gone out after coming in. Young master. The silver-winged flying dragon stopped its cultivation upon Li Lingtian's arrival and opened its sharp eyes. Similarly, silver-winged flying dragons could not transform unless they had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. However, when he used his true body to fight, his strength was even more terrifying than after he transformed. Not bad. You've already reached level 7 or 9. Wait for the opportunity to break through. If you don't have the opportunity, you can only wait for me to reach the strength of a true dragon before I can raise your realm. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with the silver-winged flying dragon's cultivation base. During this period of time, the silver-winged flying dragon's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds due to its diligent cultivation. This was also the reason why it felt that its cultivation base was too low after Li Lingtian's previous injury. It wanted to raise its cultivation base to provide greater help to Li Lingtian. As it was Li Lingtian's combat partner who had been by his side the longest, it could not let Li Lingtian and Little White down. This subordinate will definitely work hard to cultivate. It's only a matter of time before young master reaches the strength of a true dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon answered respectfully as it waited for Li Lingtian's instructions. Well, see. If it really doesn't work, I'll give you a little dragon soul. Maybe you can break through. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, He left the 3000 dragon energy world with a flash of his divine consciousness and finally arrived at his herb garden. Looking at the medicinal garden that was 50 miles in size and filled with precious medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits that were over 10,000 years old, as well as natural treasures, a smile appeared on his face. After walking around the divine dragon ring, he left and returned to the real world. The next day, the county capital was in a complete upheaval. The entire Nanda County had begun to clean up. Originally, a few powerful families had posed a threat to the country ruler's status. Even the country ruler did not dare to touch a few families. However, this time, the country ruler personally led the experts to sort out all the families. The families with disloyalty were wiped out. For a moment, the Nanda County city was in turmoil. Other foreign forces could only hide and not dare to provoke them. They were all puzzled. They didn't understand what the prefecture was doing, and they didn't know why the prefecture was so bold. What was even more terrifying was that the 6 families were either destroyed or submitted in a short day. None of them dared to resist. Even a reclusive first Sky Marshal Saint expert was beaten to pieces by a big guy beside the king. What kind of concept was a Marshal Saint? In the commandery, he was an invincible existence, a supreme existence. A Marshal Saint was the pillar of a kingdom. However, there was a Marshal Saint in a commanderess family. However, this Marshal Saint was killed. All of a sudden, countless families and forces began to take sides and did not dare to go against the prefecture. Chu Tianlan was the one who should be happy. He never expected the heavenly monster king to be a Marshal Saint. A terrifying Marshal Saint. He was so powerful that he could even kill the Marshal Saint of the Bai family in a few moves. This made him stunned for a long time. They admired Li Lingtian even more. Even a super Marshal Saint powerhouse was respectful to Li Lingtian. There was also the Jade-eyed beast. It did not look like much, but when it faced a 5th-level Martial Emperor, its terrifying demonic power tore the 5th-level Martial Emperor apart. He was also invincible against a 6th or 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert. Thank you for your help. You've worked hard. In the evening, Chu Tianlan and a few powerful experts accompanied the Heavenly Monster King and the Jade-eyed Beast back to the Prefecture Palace. Chu Tianlan said respectfully. In their eyes, the two of them were existences that they could only look up to. If even a Martial Saint could be easily killed, who wouldn't be afraid of such an expert? It's just a small matter. However, the young master said that we have to pay attention to Donghu clan. You guys should keep a close eye on them. The Heavenly Monster King was still the same. He didn't like Chu Tianlan and didn't make things difficult for her. I understand. I've already sent people to secretly keep an eye on the Bai family. I'll have to trouble the two of you tomorrow. Chu Tianlan was not displeased by the Heavenly Demon King's words. The Heavenly Demon King's cultivation base and strength were definitely worthy of him. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon King was Li Lingshan's bodyguard. You guys can go back. I'm going to cultivate. Sky Demon King waved his hand. He didn't want to talk to anyone. They wouldn't have any trouble with what young master wanted them to do. However, they didn't want to provoke anyone else. Then we will take our leave first. Chu Tianlan left with the other experts, looking extremely polite. The few super experts were all 5th or 6th firmament Martial Monarch Realm existences. However, they were completely ants in front of the 2 Heaven Demon Monarchs. The next day, Chu Tianlan and the others arrived at Donghu's residence. Donghu clan was the most powerful clan in Nanda County after the Chu clan, and they had an extremely strong background. Chu Tianlan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Donghu Ming saw Chu Tianlan and the others, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The hundreds of martial supremes and martial emperors behind him formed a powerful formation. It was obvious that they were about to fight like trapped beasts. Donghu's house occupied a radius of several miles and was extremely spacious. Now, hundreds of super experts had gathered together because the Chu clan had already made a move against the other clans. They didn't want any future trouble. Since that was the case, it was necessary to distinguish between the strong and the weak. Haha, so the Donghu clan had already planned to rebel. Very well then. My lord will help His Majesty clean up your Donghu family. If Chu Tianlan still didn't understand at this moment, she wouldn't be fit to be a ruler. Even if they didn't make a move, the Donghu family would make a move against Nandu Commandery sooner or later. He had subdued the 6 families, and now the Donghu family was already waiting here, ready for a showdown. After saying that, the hundreds of experts behind him took a step forward. The Chu clan was powerful to begin with. With the power of the prefecture, most of the hundreds of experts were martial emperors. They were much stronger than the Donghu clan. With the current situation, as long as no accidents happened, they could wipe out Donghu clan. Boom. Boom. A great battle was about to break out, and there was no room for negotiation. More than 200 Supreme Realm and Martial Monarch Realm experts fought together, and destructive attacks flew in all directions in the air. The jade-eyed beast transformed into a 20-meter-long beast and charged inside. Its aura was like a rainbow. Every attack killed a Supreme Realm expert. Even a Martial Emperor Realm expert was killed in an instant. On both sides of the battle, only Chu Tianlan and the Heavenly Demon Monarch didn't make a move. In the Donghu family, Grand Elders Donghu Wu Wen and Donghu Ming floated in the air as they watched the battle below coldly. Seeing the experts of Donghu clan being killed by the jade-eyed beast, Donghu Ming's body flashed and he dove down. He attacked the jade-eyed beast ferociously. The attack of an 8th-level Martial Emperor Realm expert was earth-shattering. You're courting death. Naturally, the jade-eyed beast had noticed Donghu Ming's destructive attack. It swung its huge tail into the air, causing the space to tremble and tear apart. Boom! The destructive attack collided with the huge tail. The jade-eyed beast retreated 100 meters, and Donghu Ming was also thrown into the air. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. In the face of true power, humans could never be compared to demons. You really hid it well. The 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm, but now He's unleashing the strength of the 8th level. He's plotting something big and hiding something deep. Chu Tianlan looked at Donghu Ming's cultivation base and was extremely shocked. She spoke softly. He was trying to tell the Heavenly Demon King that the Donghu family had hidden their strength well. If even a Martial Monarch Realm family head could hide such a heaven-defying cultivation, then the Grand Elder must be even more terrifying. Chapter 593, Mysterious Expert, 1. Chapter 593, Mysterious Expert, 1. Ex-novel. Be careful. Heaven Demon Monarch wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the situation. However, it was hard to predict what would happen later on. He did not dare to be careless about the matter that the young master had given him. He had to make sure that no accidents happened. At this time, he could only use his full strength to deal with his opponent like an eagle hunting a rabbit, killing his opponent and the threat in the cradle. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed, and his tall figure disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Donghu Wu Wen. The heaven-shocking hammer in his hand struck out fiercely. The shocking power of the third sky of the Martial Saint realm tore the space apart. Grotto Heaven Dark North / East Marquis Wu Wen was extremely shocked when he saw the third firmament Martial Saint cultivation base of Heavenly Demon Monarch. He circulated his quintessential essence and waved his hand. A peerless saint artifact appeared in his hand. The destructive power tore through the space and ruthlessly slashed at the heaven-startling hammer. One was a high-grade saint artifact, while the other was a peerless saint artifact. However, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, so it could only be decided on the saint artifact. Crash. Catcher. The space was torn apart by the two destructive attacks and finally shattered. In the county city, countless experts were shocked when they saw the battle between the two martial saints. He did not expect a martial saint to appear in a commandery, and two martial saints were fighting. Such a thing was completely beyond the imagination of all the experts. What terrifying power! I didn't expect there to be a martial saint in Nandu County. Donghu clan has such a martial saint hidden within them. He's definitely not simple. It seems that the matter of the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens isn't as easy as I thought. Things are getting more and more exciting. In the city, countless experts were shocked, but there were also many super experts who were secretly surprised. The battle between the prefecture and Donghu clan had caused a huge commotion in Nanda prefecture. Phut! Sha! In the air, Donghu Wu Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. In the end, he forced himself to stand in the air. The Grotto Heaven North Nether slash in his hand was also extremely weak. Although the attack just now had the power of a supreme saint weapon, his cultivation was only at the first heaven. He had no advantage in front of a third heaven. If not for the supreme saint weapon, he would have been killed by the heaven demon monarch. Thinking about the attack just now, his heart was still trembling. The third heaven was never something that the first heaven could surpass. Heaven demon monarch's body swayed as he was shaken by the other party's attack. Anger rose in his heart. The other party's Saint Pinnacle artifact had actually blocked his attack. In his eyes, this was a complete insult. With a flash, he charged towards Donghu Wu Wen once again. Instantly, a series of explosions sounded in the air, suppressing the sounds of the other battles. Two figures flashed, and the space was torn apart. Heaven's shocking hammer strike. The battle between the two martial saints had stopped the other martial emperors and revered martial artists. Countless experts of the Donghu clan had been killed. At this moment, the heaven demon monarch found a good opportunity. He waved the heaven-shocking hammer in his hand and smashed it ruthlessly. Immediately, the sky trembled and the villages shattered. This destructive power, pure strength, seemed to want to destroy the entire world. East Marquis Wu Wen's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he no longer had the power to resist. At the start, he had been suppressed and had suffered many serious injuries. Even at his peak, he might not have been able to withstand this destructive attack, let alone now. He circulated all his true essence and made a desperate attack. The space was torn apart by a strange aura. The destructive strike of a martial saint expert had a terrifying aura. Within 1,000 miles of Donghu's house, everyone could feel the destructive aura. Countless curious warriors had already retreated. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mansion of Donghu clan was razed to the ground. Countless disciples were killed, and all the martial artists below the martial emperor realm were killed. East Marquis Wu Wen's body was thrown out. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his life force was almost gone. However, there was a sinister smile in his eyes. Chu Tianlan and the others felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All of them felt that this was an illusion because the Donghu clan had already been destroyed. Only a few revered martial artists and martial emperors were left. One of the other party's martial saints had fallen. He still had a martial saint expert on his side. It would only take him a little time to wipe out Donghu clan. Extreme Emperor shocking world record. At this moment, a faint voice appeared in the sky. The voice was ethereal, but it had a powerful shock, as if a god had descended. All the martial artists trembled in front of this voice and were finally suppressed to the ground. A mysterious beam of light pressed down on Heavenly Demon Monarch in the sky. Its power was shocking, and the sky seemed to be sealed. Heavenly Demon Monarch had just used his full strength to unleash a heaven-shaking hammer strike, and he had consumed more than half of his demonic powers. Before he could react, he was trapped by this mysterious light. He could only watch as the mysterious light smashed down with destructive power. This mysterious light was like the might of the heavens, making people submit and worship it. Upon seeing this, Sky Demon King, Chu Tianlan, and company understood that the true expert of Donghu family wasn't Donghu Wu Wen, but this hidden expert. Donghu Wu Wen had only come out to exhaust the Heaven Demon King's cultivation level and attract his attention. He wanted to create an opportunity for the Donghu family's experts. Now, Donghu Wu Wen had sacrificed his life in exchange for the opportunity to destroy the Heaven Demon King. The space was extremely quiet. The destructive light slowly descended. The speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In front of this light, Heavenly Demon Monarch's eyes were filled with despair. Normally, he would definitely have a chance to block it because the other party was only an expert at the peak of the third sky of the martial saint realm. There was a difference in their cultivation, but it was not to the extent that he could not fight back. Sky Demon. When the jade-eyed beast saw that the Sky Demon monarch was about to be killed, it immediately became anxious and roared. However, with his current strength, he could not move at all. This was the power of his realm. A difference of one level was like two worlds. You're courting death. At this moment, another voice sounded in the air. When this voice sounded, a destructive force smashed down on the third heaven expert who had used the royal shocking world record. At the same time, a strange shield spun and crashed toward the heavenly demon king like a cloud. Divine heaven-splitting shield. Ming Luo, you're here. When Heavenly Demon King heard the familiar voice in the sky and saw the familiar shield, he immediately became excited. His heart ached. His battle companion was still useful. At a critical moment, his companion was the one who was worried about him. With Martial Saint Ming Luo's arrival, he would be saved. At the same time, the jade-eyed beast on the ground also felt at ease. Chu Tianlan heard the Heavenly Monster King's voice. Although she didn't know why the Heavenly Monster King was so excited, she knew that another expert had arrived. 3 destruction styles. The Ming family. In the air, the white-haired old man who had used the royal shocking world record cried out in alarm. His eyes revealed a look of fear. Similarly, after his terrified expression, he revealed a trace of anger and a trace of unwillingness. He had used such a price, but he still failed. Now, he had no way out. He couldn't kill the Heaven Demon Monarch. He still had the 3 destruction styles behind him. If he didn't give up, he could only wait for destruction. Moreover, as long as the Heavenly Demon King was rescued, the 2 Third Firmament Martial Saints would join forces and kill him even if he was at the peak Third Firmament perfection. His eyes revealed a strange light, and his face was determined. He pressed his hands together, and the destructive light pressed down. This move was a suicidal move. The Heavenly Demon King, Martial Saint Ming Luo, and all the experts present did not expect this to happen. In everyone's opinion, the white-haired elder would withdraw his attack and allow the Heaven Demon Monarch's companions to successfully rescue him. However, he did not know why the white-haired old man would choose to die together with him. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 muffled sounds rang out in the air. The extreme royal shocking world record's radiance struck the Sky Demon Monarch. The radiance collided with the divine heaven-splitting shield. Space tore apart. The Sky Demon Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At the same time, the white-haired old man was also struck by the 3 destruction styles. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. His body retreated 100 meters, and he was extremely weak. 3 destruction stances, destruction of the heavens and earth. Martial Saint Ming Luo didn't expect his opponent to perish together with him. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon King was heavily injured. How could he not be angry? He unleashed all his quintessential essence and the 3 destruction styles. A destructive fist shadow blasted out, and a hole was pierced through the space by this fist shadow. At the same time, his body flashed and shot toward the Heavenly Demon King on the ground. He grabbed the Heavenly Demon King with one hand and a halo appeared. At the same time, it surrounded the jade-eyed beast and Chu Tianlan. His body flashed and he retreated rapidly, floating in the air far away. Boom! After everything was done, the domineering 3 destruction styles finally struck the white-haired old man. The destructive attack could have destroyed the injured white-haired old man who had no way to fight back, but the 3 destructive moves were swallowed by a strange halo in the air. Seeing this, Martial Saint Ming Luo was shocked. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She quickly flashed and wanted to escape. As he fled, he did not forget to launch an attack on the ground. The destructive attack hit the empty ground and woke up the experts of the prefecture. It's too late to leave. The white-haired elder's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Martial Saint Ming Luo, blocking her path. His eyes were blood-red, and his aura was shocking. His cultivation realm had already broken through to the 4th heaven. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was extremely shocked. He knew that the white-haired expert before him had used a secret technique and paid a heaven-defying price to block his attack and temporarily increase his cultivation. This change was only temporary, and the other party would have to pay a heavy price. However, now that the other party was at the fourth heaven, he could easily kill him. Furthermore, he had brought the heavenly monster king, Chu Tianlan, and the jade-eyed beast with him. Even if he was empty-handed, he was no match for the white-haired expert. For a moment, he was at a loss. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,